I know everything is I'm supposed to feel bad. I can already see when I have to go to YouTube to start a live stream, and I can already see the guy's face. Israel, Gaza, war, 150 days, and just his face. I swear to God, you just go, what was he, 25, 13 years ago? 6 children, homemaker, not a business child, not a whore. Not a reason for this to still be going on and not having full access to your population here. So anyways, I noticed up at the Dedham Mall, which, Jesus Christ, don't remove these people because I said something, that there's people with tents there. Just, it sucks for them because of the rain, but obviously some people are really happy to have a fucking tent. I remember when I was in a tent briefly before people showed up and said I couldn't be in a fucking tent because I'm supposed to be in a room like this for no given fucking reason. Remember that? Yeah, I remember it because Karen was on the beach since May. Pretty sure it was May. It was either March or May, but I'm pretty sure it was May. And at the end of July, all of a sudden, because I'm there, they can't be there. And a complete fucking madness. Oh, yeah. So anyways, I'm sure it was probably because of Michael. Positive it was because of Michael. And then here comes these people, and you just go, it's gotten even worse. I mean, that was the first time where people did freaky ass shit. I'm sorry, it wasn't. The first time is when someone came and screamed at Rock Hudson on a bench. That was the first time. That was in 2019. Then it happened to me in 2020, and then it happened in 2023. So I'm glad I did my stuff. I did everything that I had set to do. I even went to Dollar Tree. They still don't have that mouthwash. They have something else that has alcohol in it, but for some reason I'm thinking I'm not gonna like it because I think it has the sweetener in it. I don't want any sucrose or nothing in my mouth. Right? Some of these mouthwashes are disgusting. You can't even use them because they taste so gross. I don't need a sugar substitute in mouthwash. I use like a Listerine if it wasn't $18 a bottle. I know all about trying to make people lose their teeth because you people are profoundly psychotic. I know all about it, believe me. I'm sure that came up in the walk too. All these people that were on Mass Health and couldn't get dental care. It's called fucking work and pay for a dental plan. I went 5 years with no fucking nothing. Brush your teeth and floss them and buy fucking mouthwash. I was married to a man that worked and had a fucking dental plan. Okay? Fucking Christ God. It's called the United States of America. You didn't make anything fucking free. You don't take my insurance. Complain about a fucking thing. Get Obamacare and then say people don't have insurance because you're fucking deranged. Got it good. Everybody deserves everything except fucking life that they fucking work for. Yeah. Everybody deserves everything except the shit that they fucking work for. We all understand it, believe me. It's all a bunch of fucking horseshit that Almighty God is going to solve real fucking quick. No one has to have any type of fucking discussion. I have no desire to talk to fucking animals. It's obviously nothing but harassment at this point. Right. Well, that came up in the walk, whether or not it's true, but I write stories for myself when I'm walking about just anybody would go, Okay, clearly there was a misunderstanding. Okay. She has to go to a food pantry. The people here require her to do it, and now she doesn't even have a SNAP card. Okay. Other than that, the woman does not associate with people that are not homeless. That is not new. I have absolutely nothing to do with people that are not homeless. I just don't. The unfortunate thing is, I was out in a community where all of the homeless people are on drugs and alcohol, and they have underlying psychiatric conditions. Not I'm antisocial, okay? And it's just, I'm like Ted Kaczynski. I will socialize on my terms. I mean, I don't know people that are not in a ghetto, all due respect, and they're not used to people that don't live like that, because I really don't think I'm an oddity. It just never came up before. I don't think I'm an oddity. I can't see people buying a house on 4 acres who are interested in being put in a community like that, where I'm constantly fucking bombarded with people. That doesn't make any sense. I would have lived on 100 acres if I could. It doesn't mean you don't socialize, but it's planned. Right. You go to places to socialize, not everywhere you go. And this is definitely not the fault of the essential workers. And again, the Stop and Shop in Dedham is going to drive their fucking employee insane. It's basically every other customer, if not every customer, has to hit that fucking help button. It's a profound insanity. And the poor young woman, you just go, she doesn't set the computers to do that. They don't do that over here. I don't know. I've questioned sometimes if they're sitting in a booth watching, doing that. I didn't know. But it's like, obviously, it's crowded too. The one in Dedham is always crowded. It's just something about Dedham. It's not as bad as Quincy, but the one over here is not like that. If you drive around, I don't want to get in trouble and then have a mob, but if you drive a car, there's a Stop and Shop right here. And there's also a Stop and Shop on American Legion Highway. I think he said there's one in Norwood too. It's just something about that one in Dedham is always busy. I don't know if it's just Dedham people or what that is, but you're like, it's always busy like that. It's not even a weekend. Well, yeah, it might be because of they're stressed out, but it didn't seem like it wasn't like crazy. No, but it's always busy. This is like, that is true. Was it? Well, no, I just took like 4 days off, so it must have been Thursday. There was people shopping. That was Thursday, right? Did I have to go over there Saturday? Did I walk up to the store just on Saturday? Maybe it was Saturday. Wasn't it Saturday or Sunday? Because I had to get water. I'm thinking it was Saturday. But anyway, it was either Saturday or Sunday. I walked over there just to get water and soda. So I saw a whole bunch of my guys. Oh my God. I can't make this stuff up. I cannot make this stuff up. Just the jog walks. Anybody that saw us, I'm sure you must. If it's happening to you, then I don't mean to sound obnoxious, but because they're two separate ones. I saw a couple and they were doing it, but not that fast. And then the next two, way down the road, they're doing the jog walks. That it's because it's God Almighty. Those are my friends. And then I walked down the thing, right? No one said anything, so like I assume that the drivers can't hear me. But I'm just like, hey guys, oh yeah, no. Yeah, I'm talking to myself. Actually, I'm talking to my friends. Those are my friends over there. Not actually talking to myself, but those things actually matter. Mike. I think one of them was like standing on one leg on the way back, but they're totally like going like this down the thing. Like it's racing me with. Are people jogging over there? That's why. Well, and it's God, but have people been jogging over there? Anyways, it's the same ones from Quincy. I think I mentioned this to Lupus Mary, and I don't know if she listened to me. It's the same ones from Quincy. They fly back and forth at 7 miles. They're Canadian geese. They go to Canada. Anyways, if you say hi to them, they don't honk at you here. They don't like people in Dedham because there's something about that area. They don't want people there behind CVS. It's like there's some kind of bacteria or something over there, or people won't stop feeding them because they have their babies and stuff there, and they don't eat that stuff. You keep giving them bread and stuff, they don't eat that. They get their own food. That's why they're doing that. Right. It's not good for them. I know you like to be friendly with them, but they're wicked aggressive. I think you would be able to tell they're not being friendly. Jen and I used to go over there, and they did not like that at all. Get away from her. Probably. Yeah. They probably recognized her because she was down there with 14 other people. Anyways, they don't hiss and bark like that. I've never even seen them poop in Dedham. It's that whole area. It's not good because people won't stop feeding them. Yeah. And they keep doing that pooping and stuff probably because they don't want you there. Yeah, they're not like that over here. I've seen them jump in front of cars, which hopefully they've stopped doing that because cars will just hit them. They don't even care. But they've done that too. They've jumped in front of cars, all of that. They walk in the snow. They walk up that hill at IHOP and stuff, copying me. I mean, I'm sure they go over there anyway, but they were doing that one day too. And actually, you don't have to say, you don't have to, I don't dictate to you things, but I call them guys, not geese. So it's just up to you. If they like you to call them geese, then call them geese, but I call them guys. Hey guys. They seemed happier today. They did. I haven't seen them in a while, and they were doing their jog walks and stuff. Probably they got refreshed somewhere. They went to Canada for the winter. So you went to Canada for the winter, you'd have to. There was no winter here. Anyway, that obviously brightened up my day, seeing my guys, as it always would. But I was like, they have to drive like that, so. Anyways, we'll see what happens with this mouthwash. And they actually had my Dermasil. Oh, I bought one that didn't have a cover. What in the hell? How did I do that? How in the heck did I buy one that didn't even have a cover? How is it standing up in the thing? That's bizarre. Well, it's got a thing on it, but that's weird. That's not going to help me, I know, because what am I going to do when I open it? Oh my God. How did I buy a thing that doesn't have a freaking cover? That's freaky. Crapoli. No, I don't have another one because it's been a long time since I've had it. I know you just go, wow, I was really odd, but where's the bag I was using? Is it possible it fell off? Yeah, it did. Okay. I don't know how that. I know because I'm like, wait a minute. How in the heck would I do that? It fell off somehow. And I bought one of their sodas because it's cheaper. There we go. Gotta have the Dermasil. It's called Lavarus because it's $1.25 plus tax. That's gonna cost me like $8 for even store brand Listerine. Anyways, I bought one of those Dollar Tree hair colors, so my hair will probably break off again, like last year. That's pretty much what I used for a whole year. Yeah, I don't know if that's why my hair was in that condition or not, but if it was even in a bad condition, exactly. I don't know, but I'd never go to that place again. And I don't know what caused me to do it. It's not Brian Buchanan's fault. No, I insisted I had to have a haircut. Yeah, it's not his fault. Just no female should ever go to that place. They did the same thing to Laurie. She had hair down to her buttocks. Just wicked, nice, gorgeous long hair. And they chopped it all off like that, all uneven. Oh, yeah. I don't think they like females very much in that place at all. I don't know if they're homosexual men or just neutered males because it doesn't make any sense. I know it doesn't make any sense. I've tried to explain it a bunch of times. I mean, there's a lot of homosexual men that are hairdressers and they don't destroy beautiful women's hair. So they might be neutered males. I don't even blame the dude that cut my hair because he was questioning it too. It was the dude that told him what to do. I said to take like this much off of my hair, dude. You cut like this much off of my hair. I felt like I was being publicly humiliated that day. Again, by that Brian Buchanan person. It was like not really, it was like the best of times and the worst of times. Remember I was saying I can't think of anything positive? Because when someone does that and it's nothing but a lie, that is not a positive fucking memory at all. I know, just, I'm sure there's a Rumble video somewhere where I'm like all in a joy and shit, and it shows you how much of a fucking scumbag that person is. And others. Other people too. Including that Lorraine thing. Like, just, I'm on a thing talking like that as she's probably sucking the dude's dick. Like, literally, as I'm uploading the thing to Rumble. Just, some people really deserve what they get. Yep. Some people really deserve what they get. Like that Lupus Mary thing. That's why she died, because she was nasty like that. She wouldn't stop screwing a woman's husband. She wouldn't stop doing it. No matter what anybody said to her, she wouldn't stop doing it. Him and apparently a bunch of other dudes. And she attacked Alex. She took part in having him sent to a 90-day. And then she was like adamant. It was like weird the way she was talking. Like she seriously hated him. And she was going to put him away. And she completely took advantage of Alex's girlfriend after he went away. Like I didn't agree with what was going on there. But like she literally did that. She kept living with her, didn't she? And she was like taking the woman's marijuana, asking her for money. Like she took advantage of the guy while she put him in a 90-day. It was like weird. Just to go on a rampage of your friend's boyfriend. And I remember the conversation too, where she was talking about it. And I'm looking at her and I go, she's probably going to go back with him when he gets out. Because like I met the dude. She started immediately screwing another dude because she's gross. They're all gross like that. Some probably other homeless dude. She basically pays for penis. She's not a hot looking female. So she pays for penis. So anyways, she's an older, not good-looking female who was living in her sister's house, and her sister let her move in dudes. So anyways, she moved in more than just dudes. She moved in Alex, this guy Mark, and Lupus Mary. And then when they put Alex away, the sister sectioned Allie and kicked all those people out. Because she was probably going to get evicted if she didn't do it. Because that chick that was like a John. And people had it with Alex. Because I already rescued him and other people rescued him. Because he has a drug and alcohol problem. So people were trying to help him. He kept asking people to help him. And she took him into a house. And he did nothing but drink alcohol for an entire year. And then all of a sudden he's being preyed upon by Lupus Mary. And she's putting him in jail because he won't F her. It was like, I'm sure that got to the point of ultimate disgust that the cops couldn't take it anymore. And that's why they put him away. And she kept thinking it was because of her. It was because of her because she's gross. So anyways, just the stuff that she was telling me. It's like, there's no way that Alex was hitting on you. She definitely had mania and she was probably grandiose. There's no way Alex was hitting on you. You're gross. She's dead now, so she can't hear me, but I met the dude. That's the one who tried to have sex with me. That guy named Ray, and he was gross too. So Lupus Mary's going on. She goes, I never thought Alex was good looking. He's just tall and skinny. And I'm just looking at her like, it's George Papad. I didn't say that to her, but you go, okay, so you never thought that 24-year-old George Papad was good looking? Okay. But then you got mad and you're on some warpath. He has to go to prison. Okay. People that insane. You just listen to the talk and going, okay, okay. Um, I think she's probably going to go back with him as soon as he gets out. And she goes, no, no, she's not. She's done with Alex. He started hitting her at the end. And I'm just looking at her like, why is she having conversations with me? Yeah, I knew. And then lo and behold, as soon as he got out of a 90-day, there she was following him around. Remember that laundry day? They stole those leggings. Of course they did. Just, it's true though, because I had no idea. It's like 5 o'clock in the morning and I have to do laundry and I'm in leggings. And here comes Jerry. And there's Jerry and Alex right in the laundromat. And then here comes that chick. And you know those are her best pants. That's what I'm talking about, because it's just the nature of females. Duh. You know, she knew he was there, so obviously she's gonna throw jeans on and stuff. And you go, it's better than the dress you wore to the church, but he's not interested in me like that. But I just thought it was funny. That's totally how I talk, apparently. Just, they call that a quick wit, I guess. Just, I remember when was I talking it or typing it? I think I was typing it. And you go, you know, those are her best jeans. Life doesn't work like that when a dude likes you, right? You have to understand the nature of me. You would think she would have got it at Hippo. I like your cat. I mean, I like your dog. It looks like a cat. You would have thought she would have got it at that. There's got to be words and phrases. Yeah. I'm like this dude's adoptive mother at this point. He's not interested in me. I don't think he likes those type of females, I gotta say. At all. Anyways, so someday when the public can see me again, not that that's changed, just because I'm not in an emotional torment doesn't mean anything I said in the past 2 days has changed. So everyone's going to get through this, and then whatever it is that God is going to do with you, God's going to do with you. So some people at the beginning, right? Some people at the beginning, because I would have never dreamed in a thousand years that people would continue to do this to me, because I really didn't understand how sick people were at the time. God basically protected me from that until the last few years, where it's obviously shocking and disgusting. So, like I told you, by 2019, I think it reached a boiling point with that Kaz person, that she was in a psychopathic derangement, because I still didn't seem to understand that these people destroyed my fucking life on purpose. So she started doing the same stuff where she had to point out things that they were doing. They actually become annoyed because I'm unawares, right? Like I just assume the best in people and they have just a vicious hatred. It's the Virgin Mother. It's the Virgin Mary. I don't know what you would think I would be like. Like, it's taken me 13 years to really just go, I can't believe how bad you people are. You're absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible people. So that Brian Buchanan explained some of it, and then that Paul guy with the hat and the cane. So every time I come into contact with some people that are mentally deranged, I learn more about you. Just having a split mind like that, where you're a good person and you're a bad person, that's your binder. You're a bad person with the binder. And then, this came up when I was getting closer to the house, just people that are like annoyed and they want to break out of their binder. You can't break out of your binder. You can't break out of your binder, as Barbara Kent is realizing, because without that binder, you can't walk. Okay. And then eventually you can't speak. Okay. I know it's difficult for you to comprehend because the brain functions, right? But you don't function without that brain. I know you hate it because of your psyche, but you don't function without that binder. You're not a literal monkey with the tail and fur. You actually are not. You have to have a different body to do that. It's a completely different biological being. You will get extremely sick if you literally try to live like a monkey. It's not possible. So I've been doing my best to try to spare you people from your own selves. Like, seriously. So it's like I do when you're doing something to me that you're not supposed to be doing and you're a criminal, then I can give you a direct order. I don't care who you are. This is the United States of America. It's called free speech. You can't keep me a hostage and then be anything but a deranged animal. You would think in life that you would grow tired of being called that, like the guy at the food pantry. I don't know about this being called an animal. Okay, this is the thing. That's the Virgin Mary. Like, people have destroyed her life. She lost all of her children and she has been a hostage here for 13 years. Like, she's been attacked by people. All she said to you is that she's not here to socialize and you wouldn't let it go. There's other people to talk to. It's asking too much of any person. I said nothing to you. I go there and I say nothing. Seriously, I'm not, all due respect to Tom, but I'm not Tom. Sometimes he probably has to take a break too. He shows up and just starts talking in the air. I don't do that. I've had times where I probably could have kept my mouth shut and I've learned to just, I wasn't saying anything that day. Right, just, I did on the walk today. Right, you go, does he have a family? Who does he live with? Okay, just that could solve it too. Because if that dude's married or has a girlfriend or something, who did you talk to? That's who you talk to? You never go into that food pantry again. Yeah, just that woman right there that I just saw walking, that's who you were talking about at the food pantry. You never go in there again. I'm sure that guy over there doesn't have a girlfriend or a wife. Just her? Okay, yeah. Obviously you did it. I mean, it doesn't sound like anything you would say, and I'm shocked, but it's just like when someone told me that Gross Jim Morrison did something at a concert I wasn't at, because clearly mental fans tell me stuff. And you go, there's some things in life too, and it's different. Like if you unfortunately know a man intimately, and right, and someone says that he said something, you just know he said it. And you just go, oh God. And you just want to crawl out of your own body. Right. But something like that, you might go, I can't believe that he would ever say something like that. If Jerry was still living, he could explain it to you. It's called presenting. They do it. Yeah, it's just something happens. Like, talk about going into a psychosis, and it just, people will go, why are you talking to her like that? And it's like, that's what they do. Sometimes it can be weird when you realize that your friend is a sex offender. Right. You could be out somewhere with dudes. I mean, females do it too, but you could be out somewhere with dudes, right? And all of a sudden some dude is like talking to, or goes, oh, to some female, and all of a sudden the dudes go, what is, dude, what are you doing? Yeah, sometimes you don't know until you're like with people and you're like, what are you doing? That's the stuff that Brian Buchanan person does. Yeah, like, dude, what are you, someone's gonna beat the hell out of you. According to him, he's been hit in the head a bunch of times, I'm sure. Yeah, that is. One of those wily dudes. Got to take a shower. That's my last other thing I got to do. Got to decontaminate. I don't think it's too much to ask to be visible on the internet. I really don't. It's just, I don't know what it takes for a group of people to realize that they're having an issue with their brains. I mentioned this before too about the police. It doesn't mean they need my help, but I kind of doubt the police would want me blocked on the internet. I just don't believe it's them. That's why I told you. I don't think they have that technology. I definitely 100% believe it's the military. And then, like I said, you could have had everybody else leave the thing going, oh, Jesus Christ, dude, you're still doing that? And then, like, what do you do about it? And like I told you, they keep trying to pretend they don't know anything about it. It's been 4 years now. Kamala Harris, it's 4 years now. 4 years now. I think everyone knows you know about it. Mar-a-Lago, blah, blah, blah. I don't know who told Ron DeSantis that he wasn't going to be the president. I don't know if something happened where his wife is ill, or they are getting, like, the military's getting more and more aggressive with these people, and they don't know what's going on either. That's why it's concerning. Why can't they see me? Are you blocking those people from seeing me too? Even if you wanted Donald Trump to be the president, you should have had Ron DeSantis as the vice president. But he's too old. We don't know what's going to happen in the next 4 years. I just think it's too much to ask of him. I don't know how long that person could live. And it's like eventually people's lives become in danger. And it's like, why do I have to be like this for the rest of the Passover and the rest of the extinction? That's what you're being asked. Who is making that decision and why? Because these people appear to be extremely mentally ill. Is anybody asking them why they outlawed Florida alimony? Does that have anything to do with Ron DeSantis deciding he was going to have nothing to do with that or something? Did he become concerned for his safety? Because I'd say that that's warranted. Because that affects other people besides Mary LaGore. And you go, why would you actually do it? Like, now you're most certainly, like, blatantly targeting a private U.S. citizen. Why are you doing that? That has nothing to do with anything else that's going on planet Earth. It shows people that are extremely sick. Who made that call to be doing that? Because you were doing that with, what was his name? Rick Scott. You were doing that with Rick Scott for years, and he just kept vetoing it. And the point was to keep that as a news item. And then as soon as there's a picture, 2 pictures with me and a man, you're outlawing Florida alimony, and then you don't even discuss it. So again, Ron DeSantis' wife, Casey DeSantis, was working at the Golf Channel with Al LaGore, the man that won't divorce me, that kidnapped all my children, that is probably dead in the ground now. Okay, that doesn't matter. How is that not news? But we're talking about, I don't know, someone has a fucking hangnail, and I'm supposed to care about that? Does that make me a bad fucking person? And people wonder why I won't talk to a fucking dude on the street? Someone needs to inform these people. That's what I'm telling you. Because obviously they're putting my life in danger each and every day. And you go, why are dudes attacking me on the fucking street? Why is that even happening? They're not aware of what's happened to me. I can't believe that a dude would ever fucking even attempt to talk to me, even just knowing that. Huh? Yeah, huh? Yup. That's why I talk to you like that. I mean, Jesus Christ. You don't know what the fuck I've been through? There's something wrong with dudes in the fucking head. Not what you're doing is normal. It's never a female. Females don't even come up and go, "Hey, how you doing?" They don't even do that. Does that make me look bad right now? Dude with the fish? I swear to God, you look really bad right now. Clearly not bad enough that dudes will stop talking to me. Anyways, I would have had another dude like that, but I don't go out with people that use drugs. I don't know. He's not really my type. He's not really hot enough. There's nothing wrong with him. Even that Shannon guy, I wouldn't go out with him because he's used his drugs and he's bisexual. I'm not going out with someone who's bisexual, smokes crack cocaine, but he's not heinous looking. That's what I'm like. Can I get pictures of you people? Like, can I take photographs of you with my phone? I should have done that. Here's Shannon Bloop, like I did with Alex. Here's Jeremy Bloop. Okay, like I'm never going out with you. Anyways, that's a no by me, and that's a no by me. Patrick, that's a no by me. Just really. I was talking about Nicole too because I saved her a world of issues. Like if she even contemplated ever going near that Brian dude, I'm sure she would probably laugh. Right? She would probably laugh because she'd probably be like, "Oh yeah, I considered going out with him or something." Well, I did you a favor, that's for sure. Because what a waste that would have been. And then I was talking about the way that Patrick would probably talk as he was explaining it to people. Like, even if he ever met up with Brian again and had a conversation with them, like, dude, that's her marketability. She's not dumb. And this is how he would call me a broad, probably, or a girl. She's not dumb. Yeah, like 13 years celibacy. She's not going to jump in the sack with you. Exactly, she knew what was going to happen. You completely just took off on her. She's not dumb. She's going to lose her marketability on that. No, he doesn't get it because I don't think he cares about that. He's not a man. Men care about that. He just doesn't know that. I mean, he was hanging around with that Lorraine person. He doesn't care about that. Yeah, he doesn't get it. Whereas a man does care about that. Someone of that age, when you're 36, you're not meeting a female that hasn't had sex in 13 years. No, you're not. And it's going to be 14 years. It's going to be 14 years in April. But I shouldn't say it like this because it sounds like I flip. I was raped in September of 2010. So in September, it's 14 years, even counting a rape. I don't count the female rape. No, that's that Jen person. That was 2017. Even that was 8 years ago, 7, 8 years ago. I literally have not been with a man since September of 2010. So uh, I'm not wasting it on that. That's why it's laughable. I think Nicole can do a lot better than that. Right. I think she can definitely do a lot better than that herself. I did, yeah, I did you a favor. Like if she went, what? Yeah, okay, I'm never going near that. Yeah. Because I don't think he can stop doing it. You'd have to ask other people, the people he was talking about, and they probably tell you the same thing. Yeah, that there's something wrong with them, and he can't stop talking about a 14-year-old that he had sex with. He just can't stop picturing that in his head. And he needs to be celibate himself, but good luck. And just yeah, just sort of like the nature of not being good in the sack. Yeah. Just not having any energy at all. Just that is not a desirable thing for most females, especially she's older too. Yeah. She's 40. She was 44 when I met her. So that was 2017. Right. So she's not interested in that. I am sure. Anyways, that was the one I was wondering why Alex didn't go out with her. But I think she's probably, this came up in the walk too, she's probably too cute for him. I don't think he likes women that are sort of young ish like that and have like a cutesy girl voice. I don't think he likes that. Nope, not for what I can tell. The people he was going out with, including Allie and his ex wife. Yeah, I don't think he likes that. He likes adult women. Yeah, she's older than him, but yeah, like there's a difference between Casey and uh, Nicole, and I think they were friends for a while too. So she probably wouldn't even do that. She'd probably be like, "I'd never go near him because I was friends with Casey." So yeah, she's probably like, "I'm not Lupus Mary." That's a little bit gross. At some point in time, I got to cook some chicken. I thought about getting flaxseed, but I can get it at the Stop and Shop. It's not flaxseed meal I need. It's the flaxseed. So I figured I was probably going to do a salad. So I was like, I'll just do that another time. I got a liter of water because I didn't want to carry too much stuff. And they have the coconut stuff there. So I can mix it with lime. I got the blackberry jasmine here, so I might drink these, but I don't know if I can drink two of them at once. It was free, and it's flavored water. It's just the flavor of it's a little bit, maybe with ice. Yeah, no, I already drank like two of them. I mentioned I returned those bottles, right? Except for this one, which I am going to drink. This is the one that I think the whole thing came off. Yeah, I think I'll end up drinking this. I still have the orange one I haven't drank, but I'll drink this one, some lemon lime. But yeah, they did charge me a deposit. I don't know if it's just the bottles because I've been taking the stickers off the cans, but I don't really have any of those anymore. Sometimes at the Stop and Shop in Dedham, they'll have like cans of seltzer on the clearance for like 50 cents. In the summertime, sometimes I grab one because I'm thirsty by the time I get there, but you could just do it with the bottle too, I suppose. So they're supposed to be using those thermonuclear weapons. Yeah. But right, you go, it doesn't it make it seem completely sinister? And then they're not even doing it for the reason that God is allowing them to do it. I know you just go, do they realize that God Almighty is allowing them to do that? Okay, because there's some sinister shit that goes on in this internet prison. And you just go, why do I have to be kept like this at this point? That's the question. Why is it still going on? Why did people flip out after two photographs of me with a man were posted on a Facebook page? And then, like I said, that dude's been, to my knowledge, missing since then. But I kind of doubt he's missing, but I haven't talked to him or seen him. I haven't seen Jennifer Vickery. I haven't seen my children. Uh, I talked to them on the phone briefly. I talked to 5 of them on the phone briefly in 2013. That I didn't even know that they had their telephone numbers. That's how sick people are. I don't want to keep getting into it because things have been copacetic here. Right. But yeah, obviously. But you go, okay, everyone gets that. The family is fucked and they're all psychopaths. Everyone gets that. Why is this still going on? And are they dead? Did you kill them? Because you can't actually, you haven't even denied killing them. Anything that you say when you say I'm in a fucking psychosis is not to be believed. And then there's Facebook pages that no one from those pages can even talk to me. It's like you wave to them in front of me on purpose because you're so sadistically insane, and they don't communicate with me. And I've uttered my telephone number for 2 days. I didn't have a phone. In case you didn't know this or you forgot, I was doing this over the summertime. I said my telephone number over the summertime, and then a couple of people actually called me. I don't know if I kind of doubt those were just people, regular people, but they were probably like, she's completely fucking bonkers. Okay, I have to inform you, you probably have brain disease. If that ever was just people that are not the military, okay, you have brain disease to even be saying that to me. That's how I can tell that you're lying, right? Like you'd have to have pretty severe brain disease. Some people do. It's possible you have brain disease. If you ever saw this and then you called me and said, oh, yeah, I can see it. And what's wrong with you? Why would you think that you're in an internet prison? You're a criminal, from what I can tell. If not, that's a diagnosis of severe cognitive problems. Because this stuff's been going on for 13 years and most people have been subject to it. So I'm not sure anybody would actually be saying that. Right. And if you listen to what I was explaining to you, you certainly wouldn't keep saying that. They just beeped again. From my understanding, the whole population agreed to go down with the Titanic, and that's keeping people aren't supposed to be having fights anymore. Yeah, people aren't supposed to be having divisions and fights anymore because that's the solution to the problem. That's not really me being mentally insane because I had a whole solution that I felt was given to me by the Almighty, and people wouldn't do it. But I feel that He's explained to me why you wouldn't do it. So this is your solution. And then whatever's going to happen after that's going to happen. But I think that if you're getting to the point where you murdered my children, and then you're saying they're alive and well, when they're murdered, they're dead. Like, you're not even going to inform me they're fucking dead. You're just going to go, you had a psychosis, and this is part of your psychosis, and they are alive and well. And Angela leaves comments on your videos. Like, someone is severely mentally insane because either that's not happening or you're sitting there like, why would I be in some sort of fucked up, odd solitary confinement when no one can talk to me? Why would that ever be taking place? So, anyways, I ignore it. Okay. So it doesn't mean it went away. Like I said, I do not believe that this person or these group of people have the ability to stop what they're doing. Like it's fixated in their heads, some sort of false belief that they won't come out of. So I'm literally waiting for them to die. Like, I would suggest this, given everything they're doing. They're murdering people, and then they're going to keep saying that everybody's alive and well all over a television, all over social media, and they're going to shut off people's phones and shit to try to make it seem like something's wrong with your phone. There was a tornado, all the phone lines went out when the people are all fucking dead. But yet we're held captive here like this. Okay? And then they start talking like they're waiting for their hostages to come home. Like you're on a TV telling me you're fucking murdering me and I'm going to go home. Okay, while you're murdering me, why do I have to be like this with no fucking income? Why does that have to go on? And it has something to do with what I just fucking said. And I'm tired of it. Like, it's so grotesque that you clearly have some fucking being or a group of beings that are going to prevent me from talking to anybody, having a fucking life, walking to Savers, getting clothes, going downtown Boston, doing something, meeting a fucking dude, having a boyfriend, getting laid, living with someone else. And they keep trying to invent a fucking fantasy for themselves. There's no other explanation for what happened after those photographs of me and Brian were posted. Right? That you can't keep denying it. You don't even have Ron DeSantis as your fucking president. You outlawed Florida alimony, shut off 401 a month, denied Social Security. You just go, what the fuck is this? And then you're not even talking about it. You didn't do it like Mar-a-Lago. You're just out of your fucking minds. And you keep trying to avoid discussing that. Not I'm in a fucking psychosis. It's like this. There's only so many ways that I can explain to a person or group of people. There is not a person on fucking planet Earth that I'm somehow saved for or betrothed for, and I don't remember you, or you're so old I wouldn't accept you, or you're the same sex as me or something. Some of the stuff that's been said in this thing, like it's a homosexual, and so is it waiting for me to die and be reborn a man and then we'll be together? Right? Like it's just really gruesomely fucking insane. So I think in some respects what happened with Brian made me even more fucking enraged. Like I have a rage towards that dude I can't even explain because of it. You go, seriously, dude? Like this would have been the way that we could have got this person to fucking kill itself, and then I'd be back on the regular fucking internet. But no, you and your fucking friends and your Facebook page and your druggies out there had to have a fucking party and smoke crack and fuck a bunch of nurses at fucking hospital, whatever the hell you decided to do. It's more than just right, you just go, it's more than just a relationship that didn't fucking work out. You go, oh my fucking God, this would have been my chance to drive these people to fucking kill themselves. I knew it was going to happen because I said it many, many times. The second that these people don't have me to focus on 24 hours a day, their complete reality fucking unravels in front of them. They don't make any fucking sense but that. It's sickening because you go, wouldn't we be communicating with each other like me and people I know, and then that shit would be funny and you could read it? I mentioned it many times before. If you would stop fucking blocking everybody, that you could have met people in the chat, and you refuse to stop fucking doing it. Right. There is no way in fuck that I could ever be friends with you people, but somebody else might. Because and this, just know this too. I could never be friends with the person that keeps flying into a fucking rage because I have a boyfriend. That is so fucking freaky and gross. I would never stay friends with the person doing that. male or female. It's fucking wacko. Yes. It's creepy and wacko. Why the fuck would you care if I had a goddamn boyfriend? Clearly, this has got nothing to do with fucking public safety or an extinction and the use of thermonuclear weapons or protecting me. You just go, really? I would say that probably his wife went, maybe him and his wife went, I don't understand this anymore. Okay, like I don't understand what we're doing anymore. Why did I just outlaw Florida alimony? Why did I just do that? Like, why is this woman still being kept like that for the rest of this time? I mean, it's so cruel and sickening when you know that you're killing everybody. Like, you're going to keep me in a fucking box. Like, I think that's a discussion that you people yourselves should have amongst each other so that you can talk to these people that are doing this and get them to stop doing it. I've asked you many times to do it. You need to have discussions with them so that they will stop doing this. Like some sort of fucking grief counseling or something. Because whatever it is they're telling you, they're lying. They're completely lying. All of that was revealed in June. Sometimes people lie, especially when they know they're doing something that's, I don't know if they have a spouse, right? Especially when they're doing something that's gross and insane. They're clearly lying. I mean, shutting off Facebooks and Twitter accounts every other fucking day. They know you're doing it. That latest thing with pretending to be Jen Vickery, of course I didn't write the number down. That's not Jen Vickery. I blocked the page. It tried to prevent me from blocking that page. It was like when something wouldn't let me delete it off of Brian Buchanan's Facebook page. Right. So I'm sure half of those people on his page were not real. They weren't people he thought they were. I mentioned it before. He had like 210 friends. It always starts out as that. That's what it was for like 2 years after I was at the shelter. And I knew it was weird. They were obviously blocking friend requests that people were sending. Okay, that doesn't make any sense with the amount of online activity that I've been doing. Think about it. I used to be online like upwards of 18 hours a fucking day. And I wasn't getting even angry emails sent to me. I knew that they were doing it. And it's gotten way out of control. Like I got a sense of it with the Aaron Carter business. Protect the lion. That's me. Okay. And then those people probably went, what the fuck is going on? Like they got a full brunt of how insane you people are. Just, what is this? Mentally insane people? That's what it is. Absolutely mentally insane people. I'll reiterate it once, I'll reiterate it 100 times. I don't have an agreement with any person on God's green earth to be protecting me, being a moderator on the internet, any of that. Okay. And I take pictures of it now because it's so sick, it just keeps abusing me. And a lot of it is perverse. It's abusing me and it's perverse. So I think it matters who these people are. So some sort of grief counseling for them to get them to stop doing that. About John Robert Balto. That's your case right there to explain these people. It doesn't matter what they say. They're lying. Okay? Understand mentally ill people. Definitely understand mentally ill people, especially when something you're doing is embarrassing to you and you can't stop doing it. It's definitely that. It could be a male or a female, right? That doesn't matter either, but they definitely have that problem. Like they have a obsession with me which is both sexual, but it's also filled with hatred and rage. Right, because remember when I got mad at James Franco and stuff like that? It's like that. So that's how I know. And that's a big way of how I know because it's not normal to keep getting angry like that when I had a boyfriend. Like, I mean, that's a lot of rage. That was like a spooky amount of rage. All that vitriol that was directed at me, and then disappearing a page, disappearing a literal person. I haven't seen or spoken to Brian since that. And trying to pretend it was Brian, trying to post on his page like it was Brian until it was asked about it. And then the page disappeared because I couldn't do that. And then outlawing Florida alimony. Because that business with Brian's page started on June 25th. It went on for weeks. But on June 30th, they announced they outlawed Florida alimony. Okay. And the man's wife was working at the Golf Channel with Al Legore. When she worked at the Golf Channel, Al Legore worked there. So I think that's pretty significant. And just people want to talk about something's going on in Gaza. Something's going on in Gaza. Some of these other nonsense stories. So there's and you can tell that the stories are made up too. I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about outlawing Florida alimony. That's what I want to talk about. Okay? Why I'm not visible on the internet and outlawing Florida alimony. That's what I want to discuss. What happens in your fantasy world when I'm kept destitute like this? Like, I'm not in a personal relationship with you. I explained that it was concerning to me that they or it was using a moniker called Joseph Smith. Get it? Mary and Joseph. Like, I find it disturbing that a person is using that as a moniker. Okay? Given the perversion in this thing and the fact that it flew into a rage when I had a boyfriend, that's concerning to me. And then outlawing Florida alimony. And now this business with nobody can contact me on my phone. It's still trying to pretend to be Jen Vickery. And then the second it's meet me at the train station, it goes away. Pretends to be Jerry, meet me at the train station, it goes away. Okay? Because it's not any of those people. I'd say it's new that it started doing that. It was doing it the summer of 2022. I remember it specifically with Jen. So I think it made up fake pages for people, but it wasn't actually saying anything to me. Like, it would set up fake pages for names that aren't people, but it was not doing it with literal people that I know. It wasn't attempting to talk to me like that. So whatever this thing is, clearly it knows that I would never have a relationship with it for some reason. I mean, after all this to clearly, you're a fucking wackadoodle, but it knows that I would never have a relationship with it at all. Like a friend, anything to be doing that. So that's for other people to determine. That's not my fucking problem. Just whatever that is, it's like weird. Yeah, like People get wicked mentally ill. Is John Robert Balto still living? You could have a conversation with him and ask him about it. I'm sure he remembers his mental illness. He's probably on medication and in jail. I'm sure he remembers what he was like, though. It's called like something Fantasia or something, right? It's just a person who won't stop making up that you're their secret soulmate, and they won't stop doing it. And because it's been allowed to do this for 13 years, it's extremely sick. Nobody stops it from doing it. So it probably reinforces it each and every day that that is true. Right down to me talking like this, it would tell itself that that's some sort of a role play that we do because it's so sick. Like, I want to be its prisoner. That's why I'm saying it's an internet prison. Right, stuff like that. It's just an extreme mental illness that until it's in a hospital and someone keeps explaining it to you, right, you go, you're this is the thing. We're helping you. We're explaining it to you that you're mentally ill. Okay. Whatever this thing is that you've been doing to Mary, you're clearly not doing it with Mary. I don't know if it started telling people that we were doing that. Okay. I don't even know who it is doing that, but it's got to be the military. Yeah, so I don't know, when do I talk to anybody? Does anybody see me talking to anybody outside of this thing? I know you just go that I'm clearly not in a relationship with the person. I was in a relationship with Brian Buchanan for 6 weeks. Not I'm in a relationship with the person. I know you just go, I don't know what this is, but it's people or a person that's extremely sick. So in order to try to keep a fantasy going, it's like trying to pretend it's all these different characters in here. The Jen Vickery thing has got to be some sort of way that it's telling itself we're having a conversation. Like some people that have that are sex offenders and they get dementia. Yeah, you just go. Remember when Gross Jim Morrison I would have to drop him off at the venue and then I would show up separately and then we'd separately meet at a hotel and stuff because he was abused or something in his background. That's not normal behavior. It's like that. Okay, so I will pretend I'm Jen and then you talk to me like I'm Jen. Like it makes sense to me if you know anything about sexual abuse, and the person just keeps doing that. I'm not doing that with you. Oh yeah, just I explained like I don't know it when I realized that all of my communications were being intercepted in 2014. Occasionally I would write that on my Facebook. I would be like, okay, so I don't know if you're someone reading this, like if you think that like are you when I talk about Alex, do I mean you? Is that you? Remember I used to show the picture of Alex and I together? I felt like God had me doing that because that was the first time that I had a photograph of me next to someone. And then I'd be like, can you see how you're not Alex in this picture? So apparently the person was already sick like that, or you had a person like that, that God would make me think to be doing that. Right. Just sometimes people have told me things, not I've done it. Uh, Candy's daughter got involved in a relationship where she was telling me she was doing this with someone. This was years ago. She bought a separate phone. She wasn't even married. Her boyfriend probably didn't even care. That's what's kind of the sad part about it. But she had a boyfriend. He wouldn't marry her. So she started seeing another person and she bought a separate phone just to talk to him on because she was telling me. And then she made something with him where she would post something on Facebook and then she would put a heart or a symbol or something. And that was a sign to him that that was a message for him. So I know you go, whoa, exactly. You go, could you have a person who somehow thought I was doing that? I know you just go, I haven't, the only boyfriend, I guess you'd call it, I didn't consider him a boyfriend, that I had after being married was Gross Jim Morrison, and we never did that. I told you about the meeting at hotels and stuff, but we didn't have secret messages online and stuff. No, like it was. If you knew that we were seeing each other, it was probably pretty obvious. Um, I don't know if I would mention ever that I was going to a show online. I don't know if I did that. I can't remember. But you just would never hear from me. Right. And then in between that, I'd be on Twitter and stuff talking to people I met through his talents fan club. But I wouldn't be telling them. I wouldn't be on Twitter talking about I was just at a concert and I was just hanging out with Phil and Bobby. I never was doing that. It's just all of a sudden I'd be missing from Twitter. So anybody that was paying attention probably went, she's clearly with Bobby and Phil. Like it's been 2 days. She's on a vacation and not tweeting from her phone. That's Mary doesn't do that. Right, because he would take his phone and stick it in a trunk. He wouldn't even have his phone on him. Right. So it was pretty obvious. I'm not tweeting on a thing when I'm actually with the person. And then I'd just be back on Twitter like I was just offline for a day or something. I don't remember if I was saying I'm going to a show. I don't know if I was saying that or not. But anyways, I wasn't doing stuff like that, but I thought I'd mention how I knew it because sometimes people go and they think I'm just sitting here thinking of stuff, and I'm actually not. Um, well, that's I don't even know if we have colleges anymore because they're not allowed to see me. I'd probably already have an honorary doctorate if they were allowed to see me. I was in a homeless shelter with the person who founded Harvard University. Okay. But, anyways, even the actual Harvard University now, if you didn't shut me off of the internet, I'd probably already have a degree in my hand. It's called a divinity degree. Naysayers, it's called the divinity degree. I think I'd have it already. Anyways, I never showed up. I applied to go to a tour for the Divinity College at Harvard, and they accepted me. You had to tell them you were going. And I asked her to go with me. We were supposed to go. And then something happened. I don't know if I left the shelter or whatever. I know I feel bad, but that would have been funny if she went with me, wouldn't it? But yeah, no, I didn't get to do the tour. But they have a divinity college there. I think I'd have an honorary degree already had you not shut me off. But anyways, they have a thing called a Rhodes Scholar, if you're not familiar with college, which is different than being a depersonalized Nazi. Because they actually give you a degree. Yeah, not you just running around in scrubs. Like they literally give you a degree. You have to still have the knowledge and the experience, not you just go, hey, I'm a psychologist. I'm Laura, not you just do that. You're not a peer counselor. That's why I told her she needs to go live in a homeless shelter. Like, hint, hint, there's no possible way that you can give homeless people counseling. And I'm not your peer group. Right. So, anyways, it's been 13 years in case people forgot. I don't think it takes 13 years for the church to go, this is a nun, ding. If you could really stop holocausting her, maybe. Is there any way that you people can fashion a stipend for this person to live on so she's not laying on the fucking ground? Anyways, colleges, it's something else where you have to actually have some kind of experience in your field. Not Caitlin goes, I'm going to be in the field all day. And if you don't get back to me, I'm going to have to remove the referral. Okay? That's fucking disgusting. But patients sometimes will do that. They will literally call you and say disgusting stuff like that. And at the time, they think it's perfectly normal to be doing that because it's called psychological suggestion, apparently, whatever that was, where workplace and telephones are the same thing as the World Wide Web. So anyway, it's called experimental psychology, but and psychological suggestion. It's not really appropriate to be calling a person who's court mandated or she's going to go to jail to mental health appointments and talk to her about shaving yourself or shaving someone else or whatever that was, or joke around and say you work for Riverside when you don't, and that you're at the fields in Quincy getting high and drunk. And then you're going to pretend you work for Riverside because I'm on the internet and you're friends with Jay and Brian Buchanan, and you're ill mentally because he knows what Riverside is. I was talking about it in Sturdy Hospital. Okay. Literally, remember that? Literally called me every time I took my walk, and I called her and told her I take a walk at noontime. So could you please call me not during the 2 hours I'm away from my telephone? And then she started calling right at that time. And then she became more and more aggressive, which they tend to, and gross. She became more obnoxious and aggressive. Okay, we've there. Remove the referral. Thank you. That's all you have to do is tell them that you're court mandated or you'll go to jail, and they'll never give you an appointment. That's all you have to tell them. I'm sure they've done it 14 times over there. I'm sure they know all about it. They know all about the game, and they're not giving them Social Security and all of that. Mailing stuff to the wrong address. Everyone knows. So they believe that's new America. Okay, just everything is a looks based everything, and just people that are mentally retarded and gross just take one look at you and go throw housing things in the trash, and everyone thinks that's what's going on. It's called psychological suggestion. So I really prefer to be visible to the public so that I can continue to give them counsel for the dying, whether the criminals like it or not. So, like I said, it's being, I'm sure you probably can't see this. CC Laney, if you flash real quick, I will donate $2,000. Okay, so it's the same being that has profuse mental illness. Yeah, same. It's like marking too. It just goes in there and leaves something like a shit. So, anyways, I need to be viewable to the public. So I'm waiting for the people with the firearms to rescue you. So if you have an address of your location, because if you can type that, you should be able to put your location there so they can come and rescue you. It's the nature of dementia. Like sometimes people think certain things in their head because their underlying psychiatric is psychopathic or perverted. Okay. But I've explained many times that some of the stuff that you are doing, or if you're a different person, it's dementia and you won't be able to care for yourself. So usually I will ask them if they live by themselves. And if they've spoken to whoever they live with, what they do during the day. Like, are you a moderator on the internet? Do you go on YouTube and leave comments to sort of like encourage people if they're in like a cancer journey, or they're lonely. Remember that with the ones with the people are lonely, or the people at the cancer. Um, like, do you leave encouraging comments on their YouTube videos? It seemed like some that the person was doing this, which could just be when you're under a tremendous amount of stress. You could start, especially at that day, you could start getting completely wigged out. Yeah, just you could start thinking, but this is the thing about it is they do stuffs in sequence sometimes, so it's not really you're making it up. But people that already have paranoid thinking, they could make a person like that extremely sick. That's why I find them extremely putrid, like trying to get people to commit suicide, repeatedly telling a sane woman that she's in a psychosis, um, repeatedly saying that a 2 5 star on a person's hand has no meaning, just weird things that would would indicate that the person is literally trying to get me to commit suicide, flip out at a train, get arrested, go to a mental hospital. So I find these people putrid. Okay. So one of the things was on the YouTube suggestions of the videos, um, all of a sudden there would be like weird comments that sound, like a person thinks that they're being a cunt, or they can do subliminal messages. Right. Like when that dude on the live stream was like, "Hey, do you guys have a Connor?" Okay. This came up in the walk. God was sort of like going over this because I've encountered this before. Barbara used to do it. So if you found yourself thinking thoughts like that, or you started doing it, just so you know, it's a progressive brain disease. Okay. Because she definitely was doing that. Uh, it's sort of like some people are very sort of like sneaky when they're psychopathic. Like they're very sneaky and cunty, but they're not obvious like that. Like someone doing that is trying to be cunty, but they're not good at it. Right. And I feel like God forces them to do it like that so that I know they're doing it, is what I'm getting at. Because some people, they have a mental illness and they spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to mess with people's minds when most of the time they can't even do it. It's like a progression of their own mental illness where they're completely locked into their own thoughts. Okay. So I didn't know if the person had developed thinking they could do that because they're spending way too much time alone, maybe reading books, studying other people, thinking. When it's a person that needs cognitive behavioral therapy and needs to be socializing. Not everyone is good about being a loner or being in uh, like recovery by themselves. That's why they created AA in what do they call it? Group therapy. Okay, that's like that discovery group and AA meetings and a therapist. And I'm sure they have group therapy for cognitive behavioral therapy, interpersonal relationships. That's one of the ones I went to, which is people who have major clinical depression. Right, because then they actually get to interact with people. Like when I go out to the shelter and I'm interacting with people and listening to them talk and stuff, and learning things about them, stuff like that. That's why I don't appreciate this, because I could actually be talking to other people more that I wanted to, things I have an interest in. So over the summer, I was wondering if the person started developing a thing where they made up, because they have this compulsion to be doing this to me, and it changes and they can't stop doing it. Where if they made up that They're going to write a book by isolating me like this and listening to me talk. Right. And I don't know if it thought it was going to teach me certain things, and then that's going to be incorporated, like they're going to rebuild my brain. Just a person that was doing way too much thinking, and now the person has dementia. It doesn't mean they're not still doing that, but it seems dementia, and it's gotten more perverted as the dementia has gotten worse. But um, anyway, the thing about the subliminals and stuff, like some of that seemed like it was going on. And then one of the videos is like, because that's how they do things, where it's like I doubt they ever studied early childhood education, but you could have a person with that as their background, and then they started getting a mental illness or dementia, and they might begin doing that with adults, where they try to use some of those techniques on adults, like it's part of Nazi re-education. Everything is like the power of suggestion, showing a video, and then people display what's a nice thing to say about this person and stuff, like continuously treating me like I'm a retarded child. Right. You go, if I'm a retarded child, why are you telling me to spread my legs and turn on a camera? Like that still didn't make the person realize how ill they are when it started getting perverted like that. But yeah, be careful with that stuff. If you have any type of issues with like major overthinking yourself and you have paranoid thinking, don't try to do like this. That's why God has me doing it, because I really don't have that. And I start to get like justifiable paranoia versus, too much stress today. Yeah, but if you actually catch someone saying something like that guy on the live stream who goes, "Hey," and I'm in an internet prison, I can suddenly see his live streams. You get what I'm saying? Okay, and he's in the military and he's in Washington D.C. Okay, and then he's at a thing going, "Hey, do you guys have a corner?" That's God making him reveal that he's having an issue with sadistic insanity, and he probably has dementia. Yeah, that there's no way that's a coincidence after all this time. Those people are the patriots, supposedly. Okay, and when I got my phone, that particular dude did a live stream. I was at the shelter and I was in the chat, and he literally said my name when I answered a question he was asking people. Right. So sometimes people go, like he's James Franco. He answered me in a chat on a live stream. He's aware who Mary is. So, anyways, like most people that are trying to mess with you like that are a little bit more slick. They don't just say the person's name, like your kid's name. You just go, "Did you just?" Because she used to do weird stuff like that too, and you go, "Why did you just walk in the house and with your eyeglasses and keep talking about your eyeglasses and stuff? Because I told you they won't give me eyeglasses." Okay, why are you doing that? I don't know. She was always so mean. I could never ask her if she knew what she was doing. If it's someone that you know, like say, um, no, Brian Buchanan. I no, it Jen. I might be able to do it with Jen. She gets mad too, but I might be able to do it with Jen. But she doesn't do that to me. Yeah, Jen doesn't do that to me, so I'm not sure that would come up. But yeah, like say it was someone you knew for a while, and you go, um, yeah, say it was like you saw someone do it with me, and someone you know for a long time, and you go, "Do you think it's like a little bit weird that you were talking, right? And then all of a sudden you said like Veronica, right? Like you're not talking to Mary about her daughter Veronica. You're just talking, and all of a sudden you go Veronica, but you said it like kind of extra loud. Did you notice that you were doing that?" Yeah, I mean, some people are very volatile, so good luck. But um, yeah, like it's like when that Cas woman goes, "I didn't know you had children." That's completely implausible, right? That's completely implausible. By the December of 2019, the woman doesn't know I had children. I've been going to that shelter since March of 2012. She probably wasn't even working there then. She's the house manager that I report to. She has a fucking file of my life. She doesn't know I have children. I'm sure it's in the file, right? So, and then the day that she put me in that room, she took a vacation to Florida. That's how sick she is. And she was on vacation for was it 2 weeks? She was on vacation for 2 weeks, and I lasted in the place 1 week after she got back. I was told by other people that lived there how sick she is. It wasn't just my experience with her. But it can be weird when different mental disorders that people have and psychopathy, obviously, when it's unbridled like that. I know, just when in a day, unfortunately, it does happen, but when in a day would you have people that are extremely unhappy in their lives because um, she's clearly not good looking, and she's one of those people that doesn't do anything to try to tot herself up at all. So you have a person like that that's single. She's apparently, she didn't tell me she was gay, but I mean, you're hitting on me, and then yeah, uh, she tells me she's never been married, so she's telling me stuff about her personal life, but yet Rebecca Donahue can't ask her if she's gay because she was probably hitting on me. That's why she was talking to me like that. Um, but she was also psychopathic towards me. So you can have a weird relationship like that when a person is ill. So just ever in a day that you have a person that's like a beautiful, intelligent lady that is a victim of a Holocaust, okay, and just the whole situation, and it's just you guys still don't feel weird about doing this. It's kind of amazing the level of brain illness and injury. Uh, I don't know if that sounds less mean, but it's just to not after 13 years of it to still not feel weird. Um, I would think probably some of the perversion, but I know that God already said the perversion was because the person is in a containment and it's making the person very uncomfortable that it's being contained by God. That's why it gets like that. It's very, very pressed when it gets perverted like that. So that's why I figured it's probably still using meth. That might be the only time it can actually type out words because that those are words, but it's perverted. So I don't know if that happens to some of them at the end. I'm not an expert on like Alzheimer's, end of life. That's Sean's forte, apparently. Didn't he study that? I know he's probably just wherever he is. He's probably just like in a previous. That's a lot of pressure. He's like, didn't you realize that I was using drugs at the shelter? He's probably like, I burnt half of my own brain out with that stuff. They probably put him on it when he was a child. Yeah. Like there's a lot of things about Sean that are probably not exactly face value from what I would gather. When they said something about him not having any teeth, because he was like 24 years old, I was like, you know that people can get that from being neglected, right? Right. There's people that have severe neglect and it damages their secondary teeth from like baby bottle mouth. Not all of them lost their teeth from drug use. Yeah, like that does actually happen. So it's very like sucky in life to have that happen to you. But um it's possible that's what happened with him. That he was like in an extremely abusive household. Considering his previous, I could definitely see that because a person like that could survive it, even though he may feel bad that he was. I think he was using benzos, but I don't even know. Like I think he was. I think he used Adderall. I saw him snorting something on the beach, Fred, wherever you are. I don't, but I obviously did a big intervention. Yeah. I definitely risked getting beat up over that because they could see me then. Yeah, they could see me on Facebook then. It was weird at the beginning where I felt like when I went out to Quincy, it made the Facebook visible. That I felt like that because to try to cover up that it was blocking me all the other time, just in case I interacted with people and asked them about it. Yeah, because I'd go out there. This was years later though, and I'd ask Jen if you could see it. But some of them started flipping out on me in the shelter because of it. I think the criminal probably thought that was part of the fun of it at the time, or that I would be more filtered, like censoring myself because I was out there. I wasn't doing. I just did it anyway. Jen goes like this because she used to read it too. Jen says, she goes, after a while, why do they keep reading it? That's what she said to me. It's true. Jen says a lot of stuff to other people about people stalking or this and that. I don't even think she's talking about me. She's never said that to me. She probably felt like I helped her a little bit by the stuff I was saying. And she wanted her family to see it. That's Jen's entire thing. That's why you go, Jen Vickery went back to the shelter. There's not a chance in hell she went back to the shelter unless she's completely brain gone or she went there looking for me. She hates those people. Jen Vickery hasn't been in that shelter since, I was thinking about it today, 2019. She wants nothing to do with those people. So did they kidnap her and throw her in there? I think she would have mentioned that. She hates those people. She hasn't been, I think it was 2019 was the last time she was in that shelter. That was 5 years ago. Yeah. And she has an income, and the shelter's in Maine. Why would she come back to here? Yeah, she did it last year because maybe she does it every once in a while, or she was hoping to find somebody. Who knows? Me, Becca, Joanne, anybody. There's other people that Jen knows besides me. She grew up in Quincy. She may have just been she got bored or something in Maine. Yeah, she may have been in a hotel with another person. I mean, everything about her life isn't my business unless she tells me that. But that's why you go, Jen Vickery always has a phone. She would call me and she'd go to Reedville train station. Maybe not last night. I'm aware about the shelter rules, but you go, she couldn't be in the shelter at 5 or 4 in the afternoon. She gets in line wicked early, but they wouldn't let her in the dining room at 5 or 4. You can't get in the place till 4:30, and then they usually make you stand out there for no reason, especially if it's cold and raining. So I seriously doubt. There's no way it was her. I shouldn't say I seriously doubt. Now a whole day has gone by. Unless she tried to call, and that's part of you not letting anybody call me. Right, but I'm not getting into it, man. That's what I'm saying. I am not going to have my brain scrambled by you. But you will stop doing this. Yeah, I'm not having my brain scrambled by you. It's called Almighty. But again, he did tell me because I looked, was it yesterday morning? Right to that bit of scripture. So that's relevant to someone. Someone who got all mixed up about what exactly this is. Okay, just everybody understands that people couldn't Exodus 20. Everyone understands that. People understand that some people renounced. Some people made up a way that they renounced and got a Section 8 and stuff because how else are you going to live here? That's what I'm talking about. Some people made up a whole thing that explains why they have to use money. All of that's understood. And in order to keep the peace for the rest of the time, you're supposed to just leave it alone. You're supposed to just leave the system the way it is because it can't be taken down. All right. So it's now been 4 years of, I don't believe that is the reason. And I don't know if someone was trying to go, they must just be dead set that they're going to shut down a system. I don't believe it's that. Okay? It doesn't explain the perversion or what happened with 2 photographs of Brian Buchanan and me in outlawing Florida alimony. Doesn't explain that. And then never discussing that. Okay? I don't believe that's the reason. That's a good guess, but I don't believe that's the reason. Because they would still be doing that by denying me an income and shutting off that SNAP food card. It has nothing to do with keeping me in an internet prison and trying to mentally abuse me and talk to me through other people's pages and put perversion all over the place. It has nothing to do with that. When you can't see the perversion until I take a photograph of it and post it to that Facebook, okay, just it can't be that. I guess in a sense, it's sort of wishful thinking it's that, because what I'm telling you explains to you how mentally ill these folks are. And it's already been 4 years. And anybody that knows anybody with dementia, you could be screaming and screaming and screaming, and nothing is penetrating. And when you're in a dominant stance. So what I do would have actually maybe got things shut down. Okay, like they're the contributors of not shutting it down, and it can't be shut down. And even when I tell them I'm not even promoting it shutting down anymore, it doesn't stop. Right? So it's none of those things. Even though that's reality too, it's not why it's doing this. So, that's a good deal. I need an actual fucking boyfriend, and then see if this thing actually goes out in public or something, just so that somebody can get it some medical care. I mean, it's going to go out in public if it's George Soros. How's it going to go out in public? Jimmy Carter's going to roll himself on that electric chair? To do what? Is he going to scream at my boyfriend? That would be a sight to see, man. Just as long as they don't kill us, because that dude that screamed at Rock Hudson, and that was 5 years ago. That was spooky. But that would be fantastic. Just all of a sudden, here comes some person, and then, like however you call police with your fingers, I don't whistle, and then here they come finally with an ambulance, like. Anything. It could be anything. Like I've got to get, if it's a cop, I hope to God it's not a cop, but I've got to get arrested, Brian. Whoever my boyfriend is got to, some reason, just like was going on in Quincy. And you go, okay. And then, but then there's a whole bunch of like cops in an ambulance. Okay, so just explain what's going on. Okay. Like, I don't know, say that we were like hanging out at the public library, not Quincy, because that's a kill zone, or anything. But clearly, people would have to be available to call. Just, is there any way that you can, wherever it is, AMC Theater, Boston Common. Okay. Who knows? St. Patrick's Day is coming, this parade. Is there any way you can? Okay. I don't know if a person would flip out like that at a parade, but it's possible. Yeah. Do you know this person, or? Is this a colleague of yours, or okay? Um, it just seems a little bit kind of. I was having an issue with somebody has me in a hostage situation in internet prison, and like, right, I had a problem when I was dating someone else, and now I have another boyfriend. This is him, and now all of a sudden, like, we're being bothered. So I'm not sure what if this person has a reason to be around here, or not to be whatever, but is there any way? Yeah, just believe me, this person seems to make up a lot of excuses. But I kind of think that it's someone that's so high up in the military, there's no possible way they can do that. Like when you can literally have Ron DeSantis the governor of Florida, outlaw Florida alimony, I'm not sure you can just show up in public like that. Because I tried to lure it out in public in 2022, and I couldn't get it to do it. Because every challenge I give it, it has to do that challenge. And I kept challenging it that it couldn't appear in public where I was. I did it purposely because I guess I trusted that there's people around, even though I have no way of knowing there's people around. But back then, it seemed like there was people on my walk route, like driving, because it seemed like a lot of people driving the same route I walk. So I risked it, and I kept saying that there's no way this person can appear on my walk route, and it didn't work. I don't remember anybody coming out and attacking me like that dude did on the corner. Yeah, but I don't know if it would do that. I don't know if a being doing this would do that. It seems like it would make up some reason it's where I am, like when I went to the shelter. But now I realize it's so high up in the whatever's going on. I don't think that's possible. Yeah, I mean, clearly I'm not coming into contact with someone who can tell Ron DeSantis to outlaw Florida alimony. It's got to be someone way high up in the military. So that's what I'm talking about. Like, these people are probably in the Midway Islands. You probably have cops in Boston going, how are we going to get to the Midway Islands, Mary? Like, I hear you. I understand what you're saying, but does anybody have a ship or a helicopter where these people aren't going to intercept us with their own military before we get there? I know, really, just I have no idea about the people in California. They're not even calling me anymore, so yeah. But there is a military base in California, in case you didn't know that. That's why it was like, I don't know if those are people that, like, cops or something going, oh, we can see you, and we're not going to keep calling you because you were saying our phone numbers on the thing when we called you. That's possible. Someone might go, I hear what she's saying, but that's why I tweeted, because I'm not saying hello on my home cell phone. I'm a friggin' police officer. That's possible. Remember the one dude who said he was like retired military or something? That guy I actually kind of feel bad for, unless he's the person doing this. But you go, could he actually outlaw Florida alimony? I know, you just go, how are you leaving perversion in this thing? I know you go, I told you like 5 years ago to stop you doing this. It was more than 5 years ago. I told all of you to stop doing it. Now you have a serious problem because these people probably are at the Midway Islands. Just, I told them years and years ago to stop doing this. I knew the military was sick because the Secret Service told me. Yeah, that was 2014 when all of my communication started being intercepted. They were already sick then. Yes. Like, if you say a word, they can ban you. Okay. Like, so they made it a game or something. Remember that? Make a day and stuff. Okay. It was supposed to be funny, like the first month where we went, okay, we know it's you now. Stop doing that to us. But they didn't stop doing it. That's the problem. And then someone made a community page and then we're gonna take over the United States or something. Okay. And then what happened? You took over the United States and then you did this to me. Like, and now it's just the minds are gone. I know, you go, I don't know what you would think was going to happen when you repeatedly don't listen to when I tell you to do something. I can't help you. It's almost like her. Like, you clearly seem to have like issues with your brains. You have dementia, but yet you're so bossy and stuff. You just can't stop doing it. It's a serious problem. So eventually, I explained it before Aaron Carter died. You have to have medical directives. Okay. So if you keep telling me that whatever, you need to talk to the people that you talk to in your lives. And you need to be honest about what you're doing in this thing, and then they will help you. If you tell them that you went on YouTube and said, yeah, but is it shaved? Because that's the same account. Yeah, but is it shaved? You might, turn the camera on next time, and you can see that the laptop is open with the camera off, and it looks like my legs are like this when they're not. But that's because I'm on the phone doing a video on my phone. Not I'm sitting there with my legs open with the laptop. But just, can you see what I'm saying? Like that your mind would even think that? Why would your mind even think that? That's pretty perverted. And why would you even say that to me? So I feel you've got something wrong with your brain. It was trying to tell me that it's past all its psychological exams or something. Okay, well, you told people that were giving you a psych eval that you wrote that to me in an internet prison? Did you tell them that you keep trying to pretend to be Jennifer Vickery to talk to me? Did you tell them that? I don't believe you did. I don't believe you told them that. I don't believe you told them that you went into a Facebook account for Jerry, whatever the hell his last name is, and tried to pretend to be him. I don't believe you told them that. I don't believe you told them that you'll ban a Facebook page and then type something in a fake account that's a black man, like that's a marker that you do. I don't think you told people giving you psychiatric exams that you're doing that. So there's a bit of dishonesty going on. I'm familiar with people that have certain medical conditions like her. She started telling people that she gets a disability on a medical, not a psychiatric. There's nothing wrong with her. So it's similar speech. It's definitely similar speech. So it's like a mental condition, a medical condition. Right. I mean, some people, they don't like it if they think it's a psychiatric. It's a medical condition that affects your psychiatric. It has to do with the brain. That's why you need to talk to a board certified psychiatrist and not just a therapist. Like, I don't know if you've got a military psychologist that does it. You need to talk to a psychiatrist that's familiar with brain disease. I know. Then the person would go, how do I talk to that person? You're able to outlaw Florida alimony. How do you talk to that person? Maybe you should call Donald Trump or the Joint Chief of Staff or something. Don't you have a White House doctor? You don't have a White House doctor? You don't know what Walter Reed is? There's no psychiatrist at Walter Reed. Is there another military hospital or a VA? You have to be in the military to be doing this, even though you think you're Aaron Carter characters. I know, it's like, remember that dude that the black guy that went to the thing and they said they didn't know he went there? It's probably like that. Someone who thinks they can't go to a doctor. I thought you were random people on the internet. I think you can go to a doctor. I know. Maybe a doctor can convince Mary that you're secret soulmates. I'm gonna take a shower. But I think the nunnish woman would really prefer that you stop saying perverted things to me. If there's any possible way that you can control yourself, and that I would like other people to be able to be in the chat and not you pretend you're 14 people. Maybe because if you had people that are board certified psychiatrists trying to talk to you, and then you keep blocking people, like you deleted an entire channel because they were trying to talk to you in the chat, stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying not to do that if people go in and talk to each other. Just Kristen Ruff, that's someone from before. That's why you go, is this Joe Smith? Okay. Because I was told that Joe Smith started subscribing to my channel so he would get notifications every time I live streamed. Right. If he wants to talk to people inside the chat, that's fine. Obviously, I haven't blocked anybody. Well, I shouldn't say I haven't blocked anybody, but anybody that has a YouTube channel can talk in the chat, unless you're a minor, unless it's screwed with the settings again. But I noticed that the comment from this morning showed up on my phone, so that's a good sign. But when I look on, maybe I'm only doing it in the laptop too, but when I look it up, I see that there's no chat replay. They used to do that with John Dubbins too. Every once in a while, that people would be in the chat the entire time. And then, because I'd be in it too, and those people could see me in the John Dubbins chats, even in the laptop. And then the chat replay would be gone. Like when you went to watch it later. Are those J6 people still doing that? I haven't checked in a while. I know you go. I don't know how. I'm not sure where that jail was or anything. I know. Talk about really being freaked out. You're watching that on your phone, right? And you walk over there and there's no one there. I felt like that's what happened to me with John Dubbins, but it wasn't right when he was live streaming. I think it was after I left Washington, D.C., wasn't it? Was it that day? I know, because you go, how are you in Washington, D.C.? I'm in Washington, D.C. That would be a reason to block me if you're trying to convince people you're in Washington, D.C. when you're not. But you can't block other people from viewing me. You can block yourself and live in a fantasy, but you can't block me from other people seeing me. I know you go, I would have thought by now that I would have been so highly visible that you could never get away with doing that like a celebrity. But talk about emboldened. For a while, I thought that it might have been the people from the shelter, but they didn't outlaw Florida alimony. So, because of the nature of Brian Buchanan, that's another thing. That's another thing that caused a lot of wrath too, because you go, seriously, dude, and you're not even out here? I didn't even get to discuss it with those people. I think a bunch of us were in shock. But yeah, you just go, truly, dude? Like, you leave a hospital and I come here and you're not even here? I want to talk to you about these people in your Facebook page. All I want to know is, like, you need to get the fuck over yourself. I want to know if you know these people. Have you ever met these people in real life? I think Vanessa would understand it, since Vaughn had to tell us all how crazy she was and that she said she was targeted by the CIA. So I'm sure she wouldn't mind having that discussion too, going, I can't believe this dude. He's just fucking up and disappeared. Like, who are these people in your Facebook page, dude? If anybody else was in there, yeah, if anybody else that he got into his page like I did or was a friend of his on there, you just go, what am I looking at? And then all of a sudden, the thing deleted everything I ever put there. And I'm sure, and say he had people from Quincy or Boston in there, they go, did he must have got on his page all of a sudden, all that, they probably went to go, oh my God, look at this. And then went, where is everything? Yeah, like, did he delete it all? There's no way he deleted it all. And then deleted his page? There's no way he did it, but I explained to people how to do it. So it could have been, when you're in a fury, oh yeah, did anybody forget that? When you're in a fury and you're going to decide that two people aren't engaged, oh yeah, that was like, how do you explain that? And you're not mentally ill. Did you forget doing that? Oh yeah, there was like a battle war between the phone and my laptop and some creature about Brian Buchanan and I are engaged. It like altered the entire Facebook platform to stop it, because I'm in his page through the phone like he said he could, and I'm on my thing making us engaged, and the thing had a battle royal over about 12 hours just to put it so that we weren't engaged on Facebook. And then left a comment, "Are you engaged to Brian?" after doing it. That's not a person that's sane. That's what I'm telling you. You go, that's not sane. That was not going on even in 2022. So you just go, what in the? People thought other people were weird, like when they were in the program and they'd get mad. Remember, people would go on and on about Aaron Carter became like a name for people in the program, and they'd go on, and people would make fun of other people. Were they doing that? Were they outlawing Florida alimony and shutting off all your communications? And that is clearly some sort of person who was in an program and just won't listen to any amount of reason. Like a bunch of people that are supposed to be military commanders and stuff, and you go, oh my God, like you people are really taking this a little bit too far right now. Your whole entire reality should not depend on that. That's the whole point of like an program, and then God taking it away and stuff. Like you literally still haven't even done any work on that. Way too much attachment in a sexual sort of thing. Like that is, I'm sorry, I don't see a human being doing this in the first place, but definitely not being that attached to this soulmate thing. Right, just whatever has happened in this person's life or this group of people's lives, they just, I don't see, I wouldn't say that other people's realities are not worse than mine. I'm not saying that, but you just go, there's got to be some way. Like that's a lot of years. That's a lot of grief to have to come to terms with. That's a lot of years to go. 13 years you could have spent meeting someone else. It's understandable that that's a lot of grief, but this has to come to some sort of an end. And you go, if you're not going to be willing to go to a hospital or, right, it's just, that is why I would be telling you to keep ending your own life. Because this is got to stop. There's got to be some way to get it to stop. There's got to be some sort of a comforter and like a medical team or something that can help you people. There has to be. That's like a severe desperation right there that should not exist, especially in any type of romantic. Right. Those are people that like OJ Simpson. Remember how messed up he was? And then he seemed to sort of be a little bit better, but you've kind of done that to yourself. You've made yourself an OJ Simpson. I'm not Kris Kardashian and that guy, the lawyer that died. I've been doing this for 13 years trying to get these people to seek out mental health help because that is not what the program is. Like when the person tells you no about 15 times, that should be the end of it. And I explained it some years ago to at least one person as I felt that God was explaining it to me. The reason why you don't just meet me in real life is you already know for some reason that I'm never going to go out with you. So you keep trying to, and that's why it's like all these weird things. Like if you're like married, if you're like 87, if you're the same sex as me, if you're related to me, whatever it is, you know that it's never going to happen. So it's just, it's not fair to be that you're still doing this. I know, it's just, you could still be doing that off camera and I don't even know about it. Right. That's why it's completely unacceptable. And it's been 13 years of it. So it definitely reached the height of just profound insanity last summer. There can't be any more denying that that's what either a person or a group of people is doing. And there's, like I said, there's got to be some kind of help that can be given to those people. Like, because you clearly can't just stop doing it and get over it like other people do. A lot of us have been through that. I explained when I traveled up here and the whole Bobby Long thing. Do you see me going to Bobby Long concerts and bothering Bobby Long? And did you ever see me kidnap Bobby Long and keep him hostage. Okay, so it's really over the top. I mean, it does happen where people go way over the top with something. And then, like I said, I feel that the person or group of people now has dementia. And it's like difficult because there's different things I've asked that person or group of people to do. And there's no way they did it. Right? Because you go, if you kept a notebook that started last Monday, there's no possible way you're still doing this. You would have went, this is scary. I'm like, kind of, yeah, like I forgot even doing that. And I guess yesterday I did think that, or I told myself I wasn't going to do this again today or whatever. Like a diary is even different than this is to deal with the depersonalizations. But clearly a person could keep a journal, a diary. So. Right, because once I'm actually engaged to be married with someone, you really should have been getting it at that point. So I'm not seeing the point of still doing this, other than it's still a denial about it. And this is a whole new channel, and it's going on. And now this business with the phone, how is that? That's not getting any better. And just lockdowns. Obviously, that was the excuse, and it's 4 years. I don't think that perversion was going on. No. I'm trying to think, when did the perversion start? Like since 2020, when did the perversion start? Since the summer? That wasn't going on in 2022, right? I don't think I could live stream. Oh, it was. It was leaving little bits of comments. Anytime I did like a body shot, it was having an issue about it, like an envy. Yeah, it was having envy issues, and it said it was a male homosexual, so that shouldn't be going on. It's a neutered male. If you're actually a male, you're a neutered male, not you're a homosexual. Homosexual men don't do that to me. I'm a model. Yeah, they don't get flying into envious rages. Like it, what's happening to you is you actually sort of think that you're a female, not you're a homosexual. It's part of being a neutered male. It's part of brain disease and a primate. They begin to sort of morph into their mother. That's why you are getting sort of meaner and stuff towards me. That's why if you're saying that you're only doing the perversion, which it seems like, to upset me, then it's because of that. It's like not normal. Like dudes aren't doing that to someone that looks like me. Right. And basically the perfect mother. So that's why it's perverse insanity. That's definitely perverse insanity when you start doing that. I know some people don't like that, the term insane, but that's perverse insanity. So, yeah, just because I'm clearly the Virgin Mary. So that's why it's perverse. Like that guy screaming at me that I smell like fish. I gotta take a shower, man. Not I smell like fish, but I could probably smell like butt. Ugh. I know you just go. I'm not talking about my personals, but that's not something I'd ever have in my life. Yeah. I don't care if it's been I wouldn't go 3 weeks without bathing, but I don't have that issue. That's why I'm just like, what the? That would be why people don't say weird stuff like that to me. Even at this age, you just go, oh my God, that's a first. I've never heard that one before. That would be one of those things where those females I was talking about, they get mad at. Yeah. they get mad at, and they'd say stuff like, I don't know how to explain it. Right, like they're mad because maybe dudes are mean to them, and they don't like it that dudes aren't mean to me. And I find usually since 2011 that they keep trying to act like dudes are constantly trying to have sex with me, and that's not what it is. I encountered that at the shelter in 2012, and I was like, we're talking about the Bible, because that group of dudes, which is the typical male sex offender in Quincy, by the way. That's why I said last summer it's never been like that. They're usually always wicked respectful of me because I'm basically like a nun, and they know it. And I don't like female sex offenders, and they can probably tell that. I'm completely not flirty with them. So I don't know if this thing is like a male sex offender that's not familiar with me, and that's part of the problem. Like it has a hatred for women. Anyway, I gotta take a shower and then I'll keep yapping, but it's clearly got an issue with women, which is not my problem. I think tomorrow morning I'm gonna have to do some laundry. It looks like I've used all my long sleeve shirts. So I'm definitely gonna have to. I don't want to start thinking about stuff. I'm gonna get mad. Every time I start thinking about savers and stuff, I just go, "What in the when in the hell is this gonna end?" I guess I can put that on. That's not gonna be warm though. Trying to prevent my ankle from bothering me. I noticed it a little tiny bit on the walk, but different sneakers. I'm gonna use my mouthwash. Ah. I ended up not even opening the mouthwash. I'll do it later. Too cold. Put that chicken in the oven after I get dressed. Yeah, it wasn't particularly warm, but it wasn't frigid, but it wasn't as warm as I thought it was gonna be, sure. I was glad I had gloves on. Super glad I did something today, but 4 days is a lot for me to not take a walk for a long time. Start to go mad. I'm sure if I had a swimming pool, that would be another thing. How many people have swimming pools that have turned black, but I can't be in my house with my swimming pool. That'd be completely atrocious. Absolutely fucking atrocious. It's like I said, if you think about it, you'll fucking go mad. You just have to not think about it. All of it. Someone murdering your fucking children, destroying your life. Just how fucking grotesque these people are that have done this. Perversion at me. That fucking makes sense now. It's the nature of primates. Well, it's also kind of like this is the nature of primates, which is sometimes difficult for that species to understand when it comes to me. I don't do that. I don't do that. So this business about everybody goes fucking deranged, like you're in that film, The Lottery in 2020, and then people reunite and forget about it. I don't do that. So it's sort of like this business with taking all my children, destroying my fucking life, trying to kill me. I don't just go, hey, yeah. So the barbecue next week, and people are people, and I don't do that. So I never do that. I'm not a forgiving person at all. Gotta put that chicken in the oven before it gets too late. It's already after 5 o'clock. This is what happens when I'm not on my off days. There's not enough hours in the day. But it'll be okay. Yeah, so like I was saying, I don't know who those people are, but I hope people leave them alone. Chances are they're probably Dedham residents that got evicted from their house, just like happened to me in 2021. I mean, not that that was my house, but you know what I'm talking about. If I had had a tent, I would have been doing that. I wouldn't have went to the ground in Quincy. I had to go there to get a SNAP card turned on. I also spent some nights right outside the Dedham food pantry, in case people forgot. And they never said a word, by the way. But yeah, I didn't stay there. You can't stay there. Yeah. I was only there at the nighttime, and I took all my stuff with me. So in a plastic bag was wintertime on those mats right there that someone left on East Street. Remember when someone left me a tanning lawn chair that you can't even buy anymore? And I carried it all the way back from East Street. And then I was forced out of a house and all my shit was put in a dumpster. I don't just go, hey, yeah. I don't. And then I explained after that happened to me and I was on the ground in Quincy. And I was told to go into the shelter by the police because you had to be on a list and all this bullshit. There was a storm came and that they put me in the hotel. Otherwise, you have to wait for them to tell you can go in there. So anyways, someone donated clothing between August and December outside of Goodwill, like they always do, from probably their storage units or their rooming house. And then I was forced out of the hotel and someone stole all that shit. So between August and January, 2 times animals stormed into where I was and stole all of my belongings that were all donations. So it's pretty bad. Yeah, it's pretty bad. So I'm all set with at a food pantry and over on the corner. Really all set. I can understand it, given my mockability, okay, and my ass explosion because of my age. I understand it. It's just I only talk to homeless people. It's just that's a level of me. I don't go out with black guys anyway. It is that. I don't care what he says. I mean, really, people? Do I have to parade around Dedham again in leggings? I thought about it this morning, and I actually put leggings over leggings after working out and looking in the mirror going, I'm not wearing these in public. Okay. It is that? That's a level of meanness I would never go near. I don't go out with mean dudes. That's insane. Oh yeah, when I met Patrick, he was actually in worse condition the second time I met him. Yeah, you just go, these dudes go a week without changing their clothes because people steal their fucking shit from them. They're sleeping outside and people attack them and steal their shit. I don't need to be talking to you. You're way too mean. Way too mean. That's like an insane child, just like that Lorraine person is clearly not nice. Those are the type of people that Brian Buchanan person goes out with. People that are mean, obviously. My ex says my dick is average. Okay, we're done. And just so you know, that person is deranged. I mean, it speaks volumes about you that you can't get over her. It's just gross and she's mean. That is like a bizarre thing. And you go, I know, just sorry, but if I could go back in time, that's probably what I would have said to him. And who knows, maybe he would have hit me. We're done. Like, you are so mean. I am done. There's no way that's one of those accidents like you and Greg Ryan could talk about all these women you can screw. There's something wrong with you. Like, you're mean. You don't even like me. You just keep trying to abuse me. And I don't want to have to punch you in the face because you're clearly a sex offender. Okay. I don't let dudes put my hand on their dick. I just got in a screaming fight with some dude following down the street like he was going to fucking kill me. And I let a dude put my hand on his dick. And then he abuses me. Why didn't I punch you then? Because you were acting like you were going to marry me. So I took you to a psychiatric hospital to find out what the fuck was wrong with you, and then you took off from it. So we're absolutely done. Okay? But just so you know, you seem to be a pedophile, and the person you were with is clearly a nasty whore that you met when you were 13 and she was 14, and she knows what some other guy's dick is to tell you that yours is average. Okay? I don't need to hear about that every fucking day of my life. Go away and stay away. It's 100% this, the way that you look. That is the only reason I stuck around for 6.5 weeks, because everything coming out of your mouth is, just like I said, it sounds like brutal sex offender, a grooming in between being abusive. Okay? The whole 6 weeks was obnoxious between going into your grandiose delusions and then being all effed up like that. And bolting and taking off and constantly making someone that looks like me feel like I'm Lorraine. Just done. Someone, please God, find the person and show them a goddamn fucking live stream, an update of reality. It's just that none of these, I don't meet dudes that I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't even imagine that the hottest dude ever would ever try to talk to me on the street like that. Hot dudes do not do that because it's insane. Those are sex offenders. But you go, they clearly are talking to me because of the way I look. I don't need to be belittled by some drug addict with a severe skin condition, at the least, who vomits every day. Every single morning you're vomiting because you're so high and drunk. I don't need to be abused by that. There's nothing marketable about you. It's all about your looks. That's all it is what you look like, because you're not a nice person. It's that bad that you have to be hot, okay? And then you find out if there's anything there. Like, okay, so it's going to be stories about people you've had sex with again today? Okay, no thanks. I don't do that when I'm courting someone, by the way. That's single talk on a live stream. That's supposed to be a way that a person knows that you're not interested in them. Yeah, like if I was ever in a social situation and I was talking like that, there's nobody in the room even remotely hot. It's that obvious. It's like you can tell that a dude's gay. It's the same type of thing where you go, Just like Rebecca Donahue knew there was someone hot on the beach because I never do that. Why was I down the beach and not at the library? That's why she went right down there. Because she knows that I like wicked attractive men. So that's just her. She's always going to try to steal Patrick away from me. And that's what she did. It was like a red herring. There you go, steal Patrick. Bye. But then she still tried to flash herself at Michael Foran. Yeah, it was sad. But anyways, that's when you definitely need to stop using, I think, when you're doing sad stuff like that, I got to say. Because she's a year younger than me, and she's whorish, and she's taken off her clothes literally in front of a 24-year-old on the beach because she's so high, and she goes into these grandiose things. And she probably used to get any guy she wanted when she was younger, but she's way too old and used up now, especially when she's all on drugs like that. Yeah, I saw her this last time. She looks way healthier, but she looks like an old woman now. She looks like an old matronly woman now, and she's younger than I am. It's probably better for her, but yeah, whatever she was doing is probably not like what she actually wants to be doing with her life. But anyway, sometimes I feel like I've aged 20 years in a year. especially with all this nuclear material. But wait, once you hit, she probably is 50 now, if she's a year younger than me. Once you hit like 50, I think you start to look old. But I mean, someone like me, I didn't look old till probably about last week because I saw pictures of myself from last summer. It takes a long time, apparently, for me. So anyway, I don't think Karen Corbett looks old either. She's probably got to be pretty close to 60, but eventually you look old. It's just, yeah, I don't think she looks old either. But anyways, she's probably a lot nicer since she fixed that issue with her thighs because she was using, and she probably lost weight because she wasn't working out. But anyways, yeah, you got to be pretty hot, and then it's just if there's anything there that's seen. Yeah. I don't care how nice someone is. It's completely looks based. Yep. And then if you're attracted to the person, but it's completely looks based. I'm not a primate. And I was married for a long time, and I have no interest in being with someone that's a companion. No one is actually that nice. It's just something when you're good looking that you realize over time. Like I've counseled to some of these young dudes, like Michael Forey, and just you need to sober up before you even think about courting someone because you're going to make a mistake in your life. I don't know. That Mia thing is a good sign because, right, you just go, all right, well, you can't be that bad off if that's what you said you liked. I've never seen anybody that he went out with. That's the only example I have of someone that he liked, right? You just go, okay, well, that's just checking because, yeah, that would be. I've had people give me that counsel when I was like 38, but probably before that, in my 30s, multiple people were giving me that counsel, especially when they saw a picture of him. They went, "You're not going to go out with a person like that, again, are you? I mean, whoa." Yeah, no, that's sleep forced breeding right there. And it's been this ever since. Yeah, just never even wanted to go out with the dude. I explained the whole story. It's very similar to Nicole. And then it just becomes hellish to get away from them. And you just go, you do it as long as until you realize that it's going to be a negative effect on the children. I don't think it's a negative effect on the children until they begin to be like teenagers and just the way his behavior. And I couldn't stay in that type of a marriage because, as you can see, I don't drink and smoke cigarettes. And it was like, take trips? Like you're going to turn a lady into a whore because you won't divorce her? Yeah, they think that's what you do. And then you start telling her to spread her legs and stuff, and you go, who is this? Anyways, not someone who knows anything about ladies or dime pieces or anything. But you just go, okay. So anyways, yeah, you got to be good looking. That's why I stuck around with that dude for 6 weeks, because you can't say anything bad about his looks. I know Jacqueline tried to do that. You go, really? It's just realize that there's some people in life that you can't go out with, and you're a little bit disappointed. That's one. Number two, he's a drug addict. He has like psoriasis or something. He had like flaky skin. He didn't look like that when I first started talking to him. Right. So you just go, he's clearly an attractive man. It's just there's nothing in his heart that's good. Yeah, it's just it happens. I mean, she's never gone out with maybe she hasn't. She's never gone out with the hot dude, and you just go, how are you such a jerk? And then you have to get rid of them. Yeah. Well, maybe my high school boyfriend. That's why I became like a booty call. I haven't had that many boyfriends in my life. Like, obviously, he was a jerk, but he was good looking. And that was like my first boyfriend. Just eventually you have to tell them to stop contacting you because you're just like, you're clearly never gonna, like, we went out with each other first. And it's like, you're clearly never going to agree to just be my regular boyfriend again. So this has got to stop. Yeah, he was a jerk. I actually wrote him like a long extended letter. And then I started getting involved with Alfred. And that's what put a stop to it. Within the same academic calendar semester, I was still going. They weren't even in Needham anymore. Were they in Needham in a condo, or were they in Norwood or something in a condo, or Newton in a condo? He came to Framingham State College and picked me up and took me there. I was still having contact. It was like 5 years. Yep. And then I think that's when I started being involved with Alfred. Like, I wouldn't even call it dating. I explained it. I was basically raped on a night out as RAs. It wasn't even like I was supposed to be going out with them. It was just a bizarre, weird thing that happened. We were out with other people. So, anyways, yeah, and that's probably what ended it. I wrote like this big long letter about I've got to move on in my life and da 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 da. Yeah. His mother and his sister came to my wedding, which really should seem weird. I know, just imagine a dude who doesn't think anything about. I took him to meet his mother when she was living, and I think, didn't I have Veronica at the time? Yeah. You like, he did it with her too. He met her ex-husband. He's like, yeah, I know, you just go, whoa, dude. Yeah, I took him to meet David's mother. Oh yeah. Her and his sister came to my wedding. I was completely not over it. No, I was probably married for a couple of years before I finally got over it. Yeah. So, anyways, that's what happens. And then you just do a life where you have 6 kids and that's the focus of your life. It's not like it was like horrible until the end. And you just go, this is seriously how you're going to go. This is what you're going to do. Who is this person you with? She's clearly psychotic. Okay, well, from my point of view, you threw your life down the toilet. I don't feel I did that. Yeah. Obviously, other people decided they wanted to destroy my life, and that's the end of their life course. That's their existence. So, I don't want anything to do with that, and there wouldn't be any forgiveness anyway. It's a different species, but no, there would never be any forgiveness for that. I don't do that. No, and they don't even seek out forgiveness. It seems like they just want to keep running away and running around. But I'm actually kind of grateful that they don't, because I had one person doing that to me, and it was like uncomfortable and scary, because it's always going to be no, and then the person would start screaming at me and stuff. So that doesn't really sound like you're sorry. See how that works? That's why I don't do it. And I'm not going to lie. So that doesn't happen. So I know, I'm sure everyone learned from Lupus Mary, and all she did was take like $40 from me. Yeah, I'm sure everyone learned from that. Just, oh, so and so is on their deathbed. Good, good. Yeah, I can't think of any person that in my life, honestly, that might think they did something. That, yeah. The only instance I could ever think of that is if it was one of the children that somehow reported to a teacher, and then they've been like riddled with guilt for 13 years. Yeah, because they were all minors and they wouldn't have any way at the beginning of knowing. That's about it. Other than that, there isn't anybody on earth that I can think of that would merit that. I don't think any of them care. I think it's the nature of primates, from what I gathered from people I've met since then. I think it's the nature of primates that they don't never feel any guilt. Like, they would be afraid of going to hell, maybe afraid of dying, but they don't feel guilty about what they did. Even Jen, not that Jen should go to hell for what happened, but she I asked her, and she's honest. She doesn't have any guilt. I asked her that. Yeah. She never brought up my children, by the way. All the time she gets mad at me, she's never said anything about my children to me. Just putting that out there. Like, just people doing that is just so. This business with the families again. Um, I'm pretty sure that God is telling you that you're not hearing what He's telling you, and it means famine. I pointed out the scripture already. A famine in the land. I think, is it Malachi? Right. Something's happened where you're not hearing anything He's saying. You're just completely distorting it, like a famine in the land. Um, not there's a food famine, not there's a food famine, and not families. Obviously, primates are very family oriented, but the fact that you keep shoving that stuff in my face seems just so cruel that it's unusual. Yeah, that's some seriously cruel and unusual punishment going on for an innocent woman who essentially has done nothing but tried to help you folks. I mean, clearly in the past couple of years, it's become pointed and mean. But you made it like that for yourselves. So I can't feel guilty about honest emotions and stuff when I'm being terrorized. I just can't. For my own mental health. And it's like this. It's like you already make up that everything is okay when it's not. And it's like, yeah, it's just, it's got to stop. It absolutely has got to stop. So, anyways, what time is it? 5:30. Put the chicken in. We drink some. Did anybody else start doing those jog walks and you didn't do them before? Well, I almost ended up doing country grammar this morning. I might do it the next time. It'll be the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow is just a walk. I got the schedule right here. So I did push ups, abs, bicep curls, water bottles, and triceps. And then I took a walk. I think tomorrow morning I'm going to throw some laundry in, like I did before I did in the morning. Oh, I'm supposed to do jog walks tomorrow. I didn't think I had jog walks on my schedule till next week. I guess I'm doing jog walks tomorrow and a walk. I just noticed it. That's weird because I must have been tired. I thought I looked at this and I went, oh, I guess I am doing jog walks. It came up in the shower, so yeah, now I'm looking at the schedule. That's maybe the guys will remind me of the jog walks. It's every other day. So Thursday would be triceps, water bottles, and a walk. That's a minimum. Triceps, water bottles, and a walk. The minimum tomorrow is jog walks and a walk. I don't know. I might as well go out to Dedham again because it's probably longer than this one. It seemed to go pretty well. They're doing like construction on that road. What is it? Is that Grove Street? That's one Gardner Street. I always forget. I think it's Grove Street. It goes into Busby Street. And they're doing construction on the bridge. I know I'm walking going, oh, these people are probably like, she is such a bitch. She is so mean. You ruined my view. Yeah, you ruined my view. It was like a quaint bridge. I don't know if the bridge is having problems. If the bridge is having problems, then the bridge is having problems. But it's supposed to be like the Seine River in France. I just go, this is my view. And then the guys are there and the swans. I can't be the only person who used to walk there and go, how long is this going to be like this? This is awful. So, nobody at Condon Park, but I mean, it is raining. That woman wasn't there. I was thinking about that. I'm wicked mean, but I didn't say anything to her, no. No, she didn't try to talk to me, dudes. She tried to block me with her shopping cart. It happens. She just got up from the bench as I'm walking up at a steady clip. She got up. I know she would probably go, I didn't even see you, ma'am. Does everybody want to take a walk there? Okay. Are you at the tents? Okay. I'm completely dressed in black, and I'm walking at a pretty fast clip as I do. There's benches right there. You can see them, and you can see how narrow the sidewalk is because they're doing that stuff. She gets right up from the bench, walks into the rape tunnel with a shopping cart that's empty and open, and she turns like this, like she's looking at something. And the shopping cart's right here, completely blocking the walkway. I stop at the benches when I see her, and then I don't say a word. I just stop, and then she pulls the shopping cart. Yeah, I mean, she did move it, and I didn't have to say anything, but it was just weird. It could be a coincidence, but those types of coincidences are odd to me. I do not walk slow, and you just like what? I know you when you stood up, like she didn't notice someone coming. She probably wasn't thinking, but sometimes people do stuff, ma'am, and that's part of. It's not always brain disease, but people do stuff, and then you go, "Oh God, yeah, I guess I wasn't even like thinking about what I was doing." Right, that's what happens. And once you get a diagnosis, you're more aware of it, or just once you go, "Yeah, this walkway is wicked narrow," so when someone's walking really fast, maybe I should have just stood up and just waited for the person to walk. It's some kind of impulse that some people have. Joggers probably know exactly what I'm talking about. It's some kind of impulse that some people have where it's almost like when you're in your car and you have to go in front of me when you're pulling out to the street, stuff like that. Yeah. Um, it's just some people do it. Like it's just an impulse. Like you get nervous, like it, you know how you get nervous, like there's someone behind you that's gonna honk and stuff. That's why I don't like it when people do that. It's not good to be impatient like that and make people nervous when they're driving. I used to drive. I get it. Um, right. I think it's related to that. You see a person, and that becomes another like a hindrance. Like it's almost like you think it's registering in your brain that you got to put like you're there's more pressure on you to pull out or something. Yeah, I would say it's probably that. I'm not saying that's brain disease. That's got to do with the stress of driving. I haven't driven in like 13 years. There was one, was it 2012, where Cindy literally forced me to drive a car without a license or anything from her house to a registry because her license had been suspended. So you can't tell Cindy no about anything. All due respect to her, but you can't. What are you going to do? And you feel like you're a jerk or whatever. And you're like, I don't even have my license anymore, but okay, I think I can remember how to drive from here to a thing with you telling me how to get there. But other than that, I've been driven since I parked my car at a Greyhound. No, that's not true. I haven't driven since I came up here in November of 2011. I did park my car at a Greyhound, but I had to drive when I went back to Florida that time. I first came up here in February. And then within 2 weeks, this person already had my children pulled out of school and my whole house boxed up and screaming into a phone at her that I'm never coming back to Florida. So it took me until April to get back down there. Basically, negotiating strongly with him through emails to get back into my own house with my own children. So then all the stuff had to be unpacked. And then by November, he had me out of the house again, moving the children out of their school zone, just completely deranged person. So not, it doesn't mean you do all this. It's just clearly was not a safe place for me to be. And then I come up here and I should have been given emergency housing. A man should have been arrested for kidnapping. And I should have been given emergency housing and protective order from him. Not all of this. Fucking ridiculous. So the kids are scared. Oh yeah, sign this and then maybe you can Skype with the kids. And then, like I told you, I found out about 2 years after that, because Candy admitted it to me, that she was trying to get him to send her my alimony checks. Like she was gone in the mind. Just why she would ever think that should happen, right? You just go, That's probably by 2014, the Dedham Police and the Secret Service are at the house going, are you people okay? Like, what is going on? I was in a house with no health insurance and a known medical condition because the guy's like, and you have a medical condition? And where are your children? And like I said, all of my communications are being intercepted. And as far as I know, no one has actually spoken to them. Anyways, so I went over this yesterday about not having any signs of life from 6 children that I birthed. And it's now been 11 years. And putting the phone number several times and not getting any phone calls or text messages. So I doubt Alfred has the technology to be doing that. So kidnapping, hostage taking, pretty serious crimes. So I'm in kind of a good mood, so I really don't want to have to discuss that right now. Not it went away. I know. I haven't forgotten about the chicken. I'm just sort of chilling. I got the robe is over there. Yeah, because I could tell I was pretty cold. I'm gonna put the robe on. Ooh, ow. No, it hasn't been in there since Saturday. I just put it in there yesterday. Or, yeah, yesterday morning, I think it was. The first day I go for my walk after I take that many days off, it totally makes my calves sore. I don't know if it's because I walk at a faster clip or something because it's the first day, or just it kind of surprises me just 4 days off. But I noticed, I think it was the first day off, I was getting those weird cramps I get when I take a day off. My legs don't like it. They don't like off days. It's like a horse that goes, I'm supposed to be contracting repeatedly right now for 2 hours. What's going on? Anyways, that's in the thing, but I don't know if it's really important to discuss forcing an innocent mother to a shelter full of sex offenders when I have 6 minors. So you're then exposing 6 minors to a city full of sex offenders in a shelter run by perverts that obviously get your ID, look you up on Facebook, look at your friends list, things like that. People that have the ability to try to contact minors under some sort of guise that they work for a shelter. They're doing crisis management. They do reunions in order to victimize 6 minors. And just in terms of the level of damnation of forcing me to go to that place in the first place and going there repeatedly. So I don't know if some of these people got their hands on other people's children's doing that all over a land piece, but ultimately it doesn't really have any meaning to my species. But obviously it's just part of people that go like this and then they try to pretend that they're not taking part in a Holocaust. I would assume that right from the beginning, that when I went to the public right away, I was all over the internet. You can't be accused of being annoying tweets and stuff if you're not all over the internet explaining what's happened to you. Okay, so you can't be told to stop using Facebook if you're not aware of what's going on with me. Okay. So you can't shadow ban, you can't intercept all my communications, all that type of thing when you're not aware of what's going on with me. So things that clearly God knows that you know about. So you clearly knew I had 6 minors, not you didn't know that. Okay, so just the seediness of some people, that they clearly have just kind of gross, sadistic fantasies about children and harming children and deflowering children. You could see it, like people went into some sort of a thing again, and that's why I was like getting super duper fucking agitated, as you call it. And then now you want to talk about people being raped in Gaza. Like, it's definitely indicative of the brain plague because of being primates. So it's like things that might have, for some people, might have seemed, I don't think it would ever seem fascinating and interesting to me, but it was a course of study. Things that may have seemed interesting at first out in a jungle when people don't talk. They're not people, but a species doesn't speak, and they don't appear to be you. And the difference between beings that are still speaking words, that are actually doing those behaviors. I don't really need to know what goes on in the mind of a monkey or a gorilla. I don't think I really have an interest in that. And it seems something that's like, I have so much knowledge of. It's like ad nauseum, as they call it. It seems ad nauseum. Just the level of clarity that I can hear what God is teaching or reteaching. It seemed like he was telling me that on one of my walks a few years ago. If he goes, well, what if you did this before, but we're just sort of like, I made you sort of forget it, and now you're like redoing it. Like I was saying, like talking, like I'm just like me talking, but it's clearly not me talking. And like if that person was doing that, then all of a sudden I went, why is that what you're doing? And I started laughing. It seems that's probably what he's doing. But I mean, I obviously listen while manganese, but it seems like that's probably what he's doing. So to me, it's ad nauseum because I'm getting the sense that I don't like it. Like I watch some of these videos and I just go, this seems gross. And it's the people studying them seem even grosser. Like, yeah, like I don't really think this is fast. They're like, oh, and now they're doing this, and you're like, you are freaking me out. Like, oh God, they're gonna, yeah, watch this. Oh God, this is like so gross. Like, why does God keep these things around? Like that is nasty. It's clearly not enjoying that. Just yeah, just clearly some of these weird thoughts and stuff. I would think people would want a medication that slows down their thinking a little bit because it seems that must be scary at times. Just I don't know if the neutered ones have that. The neutered ones probably don't have that. Yeah, the neutered ones are probably not getting weirder like that with the weird. And then there's rape in Gaza. Like they're probably not like that. The neutered ones are probably becoming sort of less interested in sex, and a lot of them were probably doing like weird things with other dudes and stuff, like not really aware of what they're doing. And yeah, like I think the nuded ones are the ones who think that you're supposed to block off a walk path and stuff like that. I would say that's what the nuded ones are doing. Thank God. Sometimes you can have a neutered male that does that because they think they're a dominant or they're acting more like a female. Yeah, so maybe that's what the females are thinking. I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's what the females are thinking. It's weird. I think it's probably interesting to people that are sex offenders. They probably go, "Oh my God, this explains my entire life." Like, uh, I don't know if they went to a therapist, and the therapist, right, doesn't have a degree in primatology. Okay, and a therapist isn't a psychiatrist, and a therapist isn't a nun or a priest. So it's plausible that they didn't study primates. You might have been better off talking to a zoologist, right? But how do you start a conversation like that with a zoologist or a person with a degree in primatology? But um, some people are not really open to the whole concept of I'm not even sure that's evolution, but being a primate, even though scientifically all the teaching says that, right? That they say human beings, which I'm not going to sparse words, but your species are primates. That's like the standard thing. And then you have people that are still getting angry about it. And you go, all right, I don't have to get in with words. That's why I say other species. But all of this stuff is primates. Some of it seems canine, and I would need someone who studies primates to explain it to me and go, that's because sometimes they do primate stuff, or there's something else mixed in there too. But it seems sort of like primate behaviors. And if you ever study dogs, some of it is that too, with the marking. But maybe they do that. Maybe primates do that. But I'm pretty sure that they will hump a female so that another male doesn't go near her. So that business they have going on in the zoo, I'm not sure about that. Like if they're actually supposed to be mating with someone who smells like semen, I'm not sure they're supposed to be doing that. And it's so mixed up that they're clearly in some sort of nature preserve, and that's not natural. So you got to ask the woman who's studying them in Madagascar what goes on. I would suggest that they probably have not been studied in any type of natural. Didn't they do the one where they had wars? Okay, like they're constantly having wars, and then say that like they're in a big area like that, which doesn't exist on planet Earth anymore, but they're in a big area like that. You can see that the wars are completely made up. I think they went over that in that video where they were talking. There was like didn't start out like three groups Okay. And it was like, it's just a behavior. Like they constantly go looking for more of themselves. They would probably go mad. I don't know if they could walk themselves to death looking for more of their species. Right. It seems like they do that. I know because you just go, why did you? What, you can't ask them, why did you go? Why'd you do that after you already won a war over territory here? Why'd you then advance still? Just a constant state of war. Oh, this came up in the war too about Irish people. Right. I was wondering if, first of all, I just say stuff that's sometimes a little bit obnoxious, but it gets me through my walk. And I go to myself, not other people. I'm like, because remember I was talking about the military people before I left. This is Irish. Yeah, this is Irish. She's German. So unless she doesn't know her own ethnic background, as you call it, she's German. They're German people. This is an Irish person. This is Irish and English. So I'm not sure about this stuff with Irish people being redheads because I've been to Ireland. You just go out. I'm not sure about that. They may have expelled all the redheads when they brought them over here in that potato famine. And I was thinking about this on the walk. As weird as this is, once you realize how weird people are that try to control populations and they try to control breeding and stuff, like they're gross. They could have taken all a bunch of redheads because they wanted redheads here. I'm not kidding you. People, there are some people that shouldn't have money and power because they're loons. Yeah, that's like just that's like gross and retarded. Like when you're trying to control nature and stuff like that, like breeding, especially beings that are supposed to be people. Like this will be so great. We'll bring a whole bunch of redheaded people in, plop them in Boston. So that might be why you have so many people like that. So I don't know if you've ever been to Ireland or met people that are Irish. Like I was trying to think about it. It's not like I met a million people that I can even recall. I'm like, did I meet any redheads over there? Yeah, like I'm not sure that I think some of that is like a caricature. I always thought that people thought that Irish people were redheads, freckles. I think a lot of them are German. It doesn't mean those people weren't Irish, but you go, they took all the redheads out of Ireland and plopped them in Boston. Clearly, I don't see people like that. Like, not that I've lived a million places, but you go, whoa, yeah, there are a lot of people with that strawberry red hair around here. So if you just came here, then you can go. You could tell me if I was right or wrong, and you go. It could just be so mixed up nowadays that you really don't have that. But you go, yeah, I get what you're talking about. I've never seen that many dudes. Like I keep seeing a dude and I think it's a dude I just saw and it's actually a different dude. I have a difficult time sometimes telling them apart. Like that I call it the typical New England look. Like sometimes I have a difficult time telling them apart. I'm not kidding you. You just go, okay, like if someone committed a crime of that description, that's why I said that guy that showed up at the DTA office, it's like, you're not the dude who showed up at the house. Like the voice sounded the same. I know, and it's just the whole thing is so bizarre. Never, I shouldn't say never. There was that guy that pulled up in his car when I was sitting on the bench who asked me if I was working. I think he was just an offensive sex offender. He clearly knew I wasn't a prostitute. That guy seemed like he literally thought I was a prostitute. Or he was like, Are you prepared to do this now? After force me out of a house. That's why it was so weird. I don't know if we do prostitution outside the DTA office, sir. I'm not sure if we do that. Yeah. Are you working at all? That's what they call it. Are you working at all? Working. I don't say that to them. It's like, working? Are you asking me if I'm a prostitute? No, I'm not a prostitute. Whoa. Are you looking for work? Yeah, that must mean you a prostitute. But the guy that said it in the car, he seemed like he was just being a jerk. That guy at the DTA office actually seemed like he was serious. And no, I'm not. I gave up a mansion and $160,000 a year, sir. I don't fellatio for money. No. I don't know. I probably could have gone to Europe every other year. I'm not interested in. Yeah, no, thank you. That could have been a really good women's group, but no one ever wants to utilize anything. Everybody's got to be older and wiser and in charge and stuff. It's fine. That would probably be, yeah, like a thing. Just, I don't understand what you never met a nun before, right? Okay, nuns aren't priests. Anyways. And that chick at that house is not a nun. That chick who drives people in the van to that church is not a nun. I couldn't even imagine going around calling everybody my sister. Just, no. I'm one of those people, there's something about me. I don't like it when people refer to friends of theirs to their children as aunts and uncles. I don't like it. I don't like it when people, I find it dangerous in terms of protecting your children too. Um, I don't think it's a good practice. If you would have asked me, if you just weren't sure about it, if you grew up in a wackadoodle family or something, I wouldn't have your children calling your friends aunts and uncles. I just don't like it. Especially if you have brothers and sisters. Right? Everybody doesn't have to be related to you. It's good to have barriers sometimes between your friends and your children. Right? Just that's like probably a big way that people abuse children is that you give an impression to children that this person is trustable and stuff. And clearly, you haven't had discussions with your children about abusers, which in with this other species gone, you're not really going to have that. I don't think people, like I mentioned it, it's different than turning into a monkey, but people are not really. They're private, but it's difficult to explain. They're private, but not some of this weird closed off isolation business. You know how you ever be somewhere where and children are just like, and you just go, oh boy, here we go. Now they're gonna tell all my secrets and stuff. Yeah, like what could they possibly be saying? Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it like people that tell their children not to tell people stuff that's going on. Yeah, I mean clearly what was happening with me, I could see you going, don't tell your teacher that we're talking about the Bible. I mean, as shocking and scary as that is, because clearly these people went antichrist and they're not going to enter into eternal life. Like, just everybody, whatever caused that to actually happen, and then for it to be perpetuated all that time. So, shutting me off of the internet was sure as heck not going to help me get my children back. So, like I said, in 2014, I posted an email to my Twitter account. So, someone was already doing that, was already intercepting everything and blocking me. So, clearly, there can't be some sort of a forgiveness. It's in the Holy Bible that you can't take my children. Whatever the thought process was that was going on there, right? You go, like I said, you were given an exact date given prophecy. Why am I even having a conversation with you still in 2014? So, That's pretty serious in terms of criminal behavior and damnation. And it doesn't matter how long a person is kept hostage, no forgiveness could ever come. That's not really how it works, right? That's a lot of denial. There's a Holy Bible for a reason. So, like I told you, some of the stuff that she was saying, that was a couple of years in. So, some of these people have a lag time from their beginning of their brain disease. So, unfortunately for me, it clearly gets worse before it gets better. So, right? Even emails, that's what I'm telling you. Someone locked me out of the Hotmail account because I kept repeatedly posting to the internet what he was writing to me. So it was almost as if they were in the process of covering that up. So I'm not sure, other than brain disease and being stuck in a God sent delusion of like the Antichrist, why anyone would have been doing that. Someone literally went into the Hotmail account and changed the password so I could never access it again. And it had emails that proved a kidnapping that had been posted all over Facebook numerous times. And just the entire public just continued to ignore me. So, remember when Jimmy Fallon said he went down to Orlando and he's riding roller coasters and stuff? It's really just, it becomes nauseating if I had to think about it all. So I'm sure most people would like to sort of not think about that. I'm not forcing people to have to revisit that, just so you know, in terms of repeated excuses for criminal behavior that's causing a whole population of people to be completely damned. I'm sure that the people with the nuclear material don't feel any guilt about what they're doing. So that's why I'm supposed to be available to explain it to them. And it seems pretty much impossible for those people to attack me. Right. It's just, I don't know. I don't know if I would even phrase it in the way that they're like I'm attacking them for not helping me. But you go, it's the Passover, right? After 2 days is the Passover. Son of Man will be sent up to be crucified. Okay, Son of Man, nuclear weapons. I would take it as a comforting thing, and I try to refrain from attacking me. I don't see the public doing that. I really don't. I mean, I think you probably have a situation, like I said, where you have the perpetuators of causing me to lose my children. When you point out to them again about intercepting my communications, blocking the public, not mentioning me on your talk shows or anything, and this sort of like secret indicators and stuff because of the brain illness and being primates, you clearly are responsible. Okay. It is not something I have to keep going over. And I would prefer that this business end, like I said, in just trying to go day to day at this point about what's going on with the nuclear weapons, what to expect about lung cancer, what's going to be done about providing to me my own housing and a stipend, like approving Social Security. So I have a way to live out the rest of my time and not, I've got to engage with people. I need an advocate. Some of these words and phrases are a refusal to accept that God is talking and to reference the book. Not someone needs an advocate. That has to do with the Holy Bible, representation and stuff. Like some of these words from the first Social Security denial. I even went with that where he didn't want to give it to me on a psychiatric, but I have a medical. God gave you a way to do it on a medical without the psychiatric, and it's PTSD. I mean, is that really a terrible thing to brand me with? I'm already branded with it. It's in my medical record. So that clearly was a way to get Social Security. if you're diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. So that should have been the end of it. And then I would have gone right into my disabled housing, or they would have probably given me a Section 8. So, right, just there's got to be some sort of a way to move forward from what we're doing right now, because this is not a permanent thing. Okay, and so all this business with the shelter and all that is quote unquote played out. That's why you were told to approve every stipend. So I'm supposed to be getting Social Security. That's the easiest way to solve it. And then I have no idea if other people, I mean, I just did reapply. I don't know if people are going to have to reapply. If there's anybody still that doesn't have an income. So for the rest of the Passover, it's just obviously a complete, that's why I don't want to keep talking about it, because I'll go mad. Just, you're clearly issuing people housing. That's clearly going on. I was just told Alyssa Colby was given a Section 8, who was 9 years old when I came up here. So you're clearly doing that. So are people actually on board for clearing out the city of Quincy? Like, I'm not sure if I got a confirmation about that because of this. And then the rapid shift changes from the news. It seemed to me that the state of Massachusetts was in an agreement about that, given that they started doing the news that I was talking about. Okay, so we hope so. We hope that the people with the nuclear material are in agreement with that. Okay, because, like I said, it's a progressive brain disease. And to me, it's concerning that you still haven't solved this one thing with me. So people will have to be allotted to be issuing housing to people. I'm not sure how much of a task that's going to be, but there's got to be some way to do it where people know that they can apply for housing again. So, I mean, yeah, we would hope to God after 13 years, I would be some sort of a priority for housing. The Social Security was already applied for. I've already done it twice. So there's no need for me to apply again. And I already explained it to you that I have a do not treat, and you don't even have any doctors. Your governor is closing your hospitals. I was never even sent a denial. So they need to figure that out, like, immediately. It has nothing to do with the nuclear weapons. Are we in a standoff? It's the same people. That's what I'm saying. I can't deal with people that mentally ill. You're going to get maybe one of those a week, folks. Okay. I know there's probably other people that need a stipend. I saw the tents and shit. I'm not out of it. But if you want me to be able to maintain my sanity, it's the same people. Okay. I don't want to hear anything about different personalities. I already spoke with the DTA and I told you how insane they are. They're not the government, but they're issuing people incomes, but they're not the government. And the insanity that was the whole court, and then trying to force people into diversion programs. Like, I would have thought you did that just to clear all these warrants, because whoever came up with that insanity was satisfied at that second by it. That's what I would have thought you people were doing. But by August, you're launching nuclear missiles from Dedham District Court. So it's kind of like Faulkner Hospital. Yeah, just don't involve me in it. I don't need to be doing that. And then you're actually pretending like you clearly were getting a rise out of it. Okay. It's similar to open your legs and turn the camera on. Let's get real. Never in a day are you having a conversation with me other than concocting that bit of nonsense. It's really rather gross. It just, You just don't even feel weird about doing it. I asked for a clothing, by the way, in terms of one of those school dresses. If I showed up there in a habit, would that be funny, or you would finally get it? I still don't think you'd get it. It's just something about your brain matter, because I think if you fully got it, you would start screaming and go insane. So it's impossible that you do. It's absolutely impossible that you people actually get it, and that's just the way it's going to be until you finally take your last breath. Just this, no one on earth. You wouldn't even go into a church and talk to a priest or a nun in the manner that you speak to me. There's no way on earth you would do that. So there's definitely something in the brain matter that just, it wouldn't matter what God told you. You still just, I'm not a real person. I'm not her, right? Because it is that, but you're allowed to do what you do and not think about it, right? Because you'd be completely damned, right? It is that you are completely damned. Move along. Everyone else is not completely damned, right? And it's just at some point in time, just a complete and total focus on terrorists. Totally. Not everyone is completely damned. Well, some of it has to do with being completely immature. Um, yeah, fantasy lands about your own mothers. Most of you hate your own mothers because your mothers are whores and they're chas. And just, I don't know, you go, what would you even think I look like? What would you even think the Virgin Mary looks like? That's why I go. Clearly, God thinks that this should have worked. He made this package, right? So clearly, God felt that this should have worked for satisfying a Christian nation. But anyways, I don't think the Sandia Mountains means watermelon, but that would be another thing where people wouldn't name a mountain range after a female. Even though the female's name is Cassandra and it means shines light upon men, that still wouldn't be what it is. It's about a watermelon. That's like the Maid of the Mist is about two homosexual men that aren't homosexual men, they're neutered males. No homosexual man does that. Like, it's people that completely do not understand homosexuals. They don't. It's like they have a mommy and a daddy. They like traditional stuff too. Why would you destroy a mommy and a daddy thing? Homosexual men don't want to be a mommy and a daddy. That's why I can tell. They don't want to be a mommy and daddy. They're two men. They don't want to be a mommy and a daddy. They don't want little children running around. They're two men, right? You just go, you guys have been doing this for a very long time. It's just not. Right. I mean, maybe if you got two females that went insane and Maid of the Mist is two females, I don't even know if that would bother me as much. Two females and one of them's like Annie Hall and she's going to put a suit on. Okay, fine. Two neutered males? It seems hatred of females. That's why, obviously, why I don't like it. Homosexual men don't hate females. They have mothers and sisters and friends. Right. If they adopted, they have a daughter. I mean, that is just not, it becomes sort of tiresome. But anyway, I don't want to get into a thing and then people go, this is so crazy in your psychosis when you're a woman and you start talking about homosexual men. So, women are just a little bit more versatile, I guess, with dressing. Right. It doesn't mean I think that the two homosexual women, like one's the man or whatever. It's just they're more versatile with dressing. And she could do like a cut with the angles and the pinstripes and stuff and a hat. Like it's cute. When I see couples and stuff, I don't actually think about their parts and what they're doing. So it's just cute. But it's like a mommy and a daddy, I guess, because you're not thinking about it in that way. Well, it was about 5:45, so remember that? Oh God. Don't use the 14th Amendment in your case. And there you go. My species, we wouldn't even have to do a one child policy, but we wouldn't have to have abortion to have a one child policy, right? Because probably you would fashion a vasectomy on people, and then you don't have that at all. It's a pretty simple procedure. But, anyways, should I dare to look at the news? I suppose I could probably go down there and stop boiling eggs because I could have cut up salad stuff. I know now I'm not even hungry yet, but I didn't want to wait too late to stop the chicken. I guess if I make it, I'll probably just mow it, even though I don't feel that hungry. I didn't really. Now that in retrospect, I guess I really didn't go hog wild with the carbs. But usually by the second day, I start to feel gross like a pig. So if you ever get caught up in stuff like that, you got to make yourself structured. You have to do carb week and just, yeah, you got to drag yourself out for a walk or something because that feeling goes away. Yeah, it's just because it's not natural to just be like laying around. It goes away when you do stuff. Well, it is. It's bad because it's better to have sort of like a positive voice in your head that makes you do stuff because that negative voice doesn't really work. It just makes you more depressed. I hate like these times when I just obviously it's worse since once you realize how deranged people are and that they're just like I don't know what they're planning on doing, killing me on the street or something. Like you just go, what the? I'm just every single day just waiting. I try not to think about it. Things change on a dime. It's like um, sometimes certain things I'm doing it doesn't bother me. Like right now, obviously I just have a schedule. The schedule helps me. So um well people thought it was bad when they were putting people like in prison for like 70 years and wouldn't let them the fuck out of there when other people go to prison for 7 years. This is pretty bad. This has been 13 years. I'm a completely innocent woman. I'm the virgin mother. I haven't committed any crime. I haven't even been charged with the crime. That isn't being charged with the crime, by the way. Just so in case that people weren't clear about what that was, it wasn't even legal. Yeah, just and the way that they did it is they infiltrated into the fucking DTA office. So they're very criminally insane, right? That's treason. So You're just like waiting for that city to be cleared out of people. So the people with the tents, I have no idea, but I would assume they're probably Dedham residents that got evicted or they left an area because they could tell that it was, you're going, I'm out of here because they're going to kill everyone here. There is no way that just what I just witnessed, whatever it was that they witnessed that caused them to leave. Right. Sort of like me. Like you just fled Sodom. Right. You just, certain things in life you go, this can't be like real that they were allowed these people to go into the Social Security office. Like I got that sense in 2022 when I went out there. It's like there's no possible way that this could actually be going on. Something is like weird. Like you're in that Indiana Jones film when he realizes he's in the middle of a test site for nuclear weapons. Yeah, you go, this is not, something is not right here. Yeah, I can't fault people for doing that. It just sucks because, yeah, the rain and stuff, but you got to have tops. Hopefully, it's not going to be a very rainy summer. I mean, it's clearly spring now, right? So you don't have to worry about freezing to death. Some people probably don't even care about that if they have the right gear. It's when it doesn't snow, I think it's probably colder, but I just know that from spending 2 months on the literal ground in a plastic bag. Had I had a tent, just live there, but they had to open the office back up. And I couldn't get that chick to stop going there, but it's like I could have just put a tent there and just lived right there. Once you have a tent, like that box I had, once you have a tent, you can literally urinate in the thing. And then you just walk to a bathroom to poop. If you're anything like me, it's once a day poop. It's like pretty scheduled. You might have a rare time where you go, seriously? But I mean, it's pretty scheduled, like a dog. That's probably what's good about having an exercise schedule and following a certain diet. It's completely right. It's kind of bad when you're outside because unless I'm on carb week, it's as soon as I get up in the morning. Like if I, once I start doing like flaxseed and beans again, it's way just as it's not good for me to be outside. Anybody that's follows a diet like that, it is active. Right. It's just it's not like I poop myself because clearly I'm like extremely tight. But as soon as you get up, it's not pleasant to have to hold poop. And it's basically if I get up and go downstairs and make wash my dishes from the night before and make a pot of coffee. By the time I come back up there, I have to go. It's like literally, I don't know, what is that, 10 minutes? So just imagine getting up, packing up your stuff. Yeah. You've got to poop like as soon as you get up. Remember when I was screaming? Oh, a toilet. Oh yeah, just seriously. Terrible. Nothing worse in terms of just discomfort. That there's worse pain, I guess, but you just go, you I know, I'm sure they have. That's why, believe me, I know they're damned. Believe me. God knows. So if you experience this, just know even whatever was going on, people that think they cover up things, God knows. I'm sure they force people to shit in their pants. I'm sure. And they do it on purpose. Remember when that chick wouldn't give me a sanitary napkin and it was like 10 hours? How disgusting that is. That's absolutely disgusting to do to a person. And that's not even, I'm so meek that I won't keep asking her. Oh, yeah. By 2022, I'm asking you 3 times at least in 10 hours that for are you going to get me that sanitary napkin? Some people don't have any water. I do not give a fuck. I didn't say that, but you go, I would now. I would probably go, I do not give a fuck, ma'am. Okay? That has nothing to do with you walking over there and grabbing a fucking pad for me. I don't want to hear anything about somebody doesn't have something. Fucking Christ. Someone doesn't have water. Because someone lit a hotel on fire for fun. The other residents told me this is like the second or third hotel you people have done this in. I don't care if someone doesn't have water. That is not my fucking problem. There's water here. It's the United States of America. We had water until you people fucking shut it off, just like you do with the shelter. Give it a rest. I'm the pedestrian. I don't need a lesson in water. They did that crap to Kelly. I witnessed it myself, and Kelly is not even really like a shy person. And you just go, she's telling them at the line that she has her period and she's got to get to a bathroom. Like it's, oh yeah, people that disgusting. Just the whole thing. You go, here I am, the Virgin Mother, March of 2012. You have to check my bag. Okay. Does it seem any weirder on this side of the live stream? What would I do? What would I do? The meek shall inherit the earth, ma'am and sir. What would I do? Those words don't mean anything to animals. They literally don't. That's something I'm sure, rediscovered over the course of years. So it's pointless to even. Nope, they don't care. It is literally an animal with a brain binder to drive a car. When they're profoundly retarded like that, yes, that is all it is. They don't have any of the same stuff that other members of their species have, and they sure as heck are not human beings. They're not my species. Let's put it that way. They're not my species. They can call themselves whatever they want. They're not my species. We have stuff like pride and honor and respect. Your body is your temple. Honesty is the best policy. Like your word is your pride. That's why I don't like being forced to be screaming at a dude on a street corner. There shouldn't even be a dude in life. Anywhere on planet Earth, I should not run into some dude. That is because people that are not mothers won't stop pushing out children. That is what causes a dude on the street corner screaming at you like that. Not that's a product of me. The horrors of producing children here, and then you actually separating me from them, I can't even think about it. I would completely go mad. Right? Just, I don't raise animals. I don't raise animals. They're all going to be just as stupid as I am and meek and pay for the thing. They're not going to steal. They're not going to lie to do fucking laundry. They're all going to be like that. They're all going to end up in the same fucking clothes, not knowing what to do because you've screamed at them too many fucking times, like Dawn. They're all going to end up at a fucking library like that because you block them in a bathroom. They can't afford a fucking toothbrush. They're not going to just go steal nail clippers. A dude with no teeth is going to have nails like that, Jacqueline, because how would he can't even bite them. He doesn't have teeth. So that is what's going to happen because they just do what fucking animals are doing to them. We're never going to be able to scream and scream and scream and scream and scream back at you fucking things. There's 8 billion of you things. I would have to guess at least 8. There's 8 billion. I would have to guess at least 7.5 billion people are going to die. I can't imagine even 1 billion people on planet Earth, but maybe. I don't see anything beyond a billion people. That's fucking crazy. There's so many other species that have been decimated. There's going to be more species created, and right. I'm sure that your species continuously thinks there's a blade of grass over there. There's other species here. I want more guys. I want my river otters back and stuff. You things, I don't want you things at all. I don't need 8 billion of my species. That's fucking crazy. Why would I want 8 billion of my species there? I mean, how many people are in an orchestra? What is like the most amount of people we actually need? Because we take care of ourselves. We don't use slaves. I know you just that is I don't know, maybe half a billion people. I can't I know I can't even explain to you how scary that is, the number of people. That scares me. And it's worse other places than it is here. I'm already scared here. Maybe I'm the scaredest of it. And that's why I'm here. If I had to live in one of those places where there's like Hong Kong, I'd probably have that agoraphobia and I'd never go out. I'd have to be on Hong Kong Social Security. Yeah, that is. I'm not kidding you. That is, I cannot stand just. I used to actually have that, like crowds of people. It's not about open spaces, but just I get scared when there's a lot of people. Just this is a lot of people. think I went a little overboard with the mayonnaise. I had to buy a jar of mayonnaise. My hand to God. So he doesn't think that there should be tents in full view of, I don't know about this tents in the full line of view of businesses. It's difficult. It's part of dementia. He has to say something negative about every person that I talk about. It's just something I've noticed because I don't usually even say much to him at all. He has to say something negative about every person I mention, and I know where it's coming from. It's from his parents because they're that abusive. Cindy, I think, was having an issue like that with her children too, because they seem to not break out of what their parents do. They just completely mimic what their parents were doing, which is isolating and abusive. It is what it is. Because I go, I don't know. Maybe like before he said that. That's why he said it, because I was like defending them, and I go, maybe they could be people. He said something about they're probably illegals. I go, it could be people like us. I mean, they might have got evicted from their house. Like, duh, that just happened to you. Did you forget? And then it was like, without missing a beat, like 2 minutes later, he had something negative to say. Just like when I mentioned Tom at the food pantry, like within 2 minutes, he had something negative to say about him. It's just an automatic thing from being brought up by those two people. It's just, obviously, there's a bit of curiosity there too. It's just, whoa, okay. It is what it is. It's a person that I don't really think there's a lot of thought going on in the stuff that he's saying. He completely just is playing a role that I think that he probably thinks that's how his father talked. That's his version of an adult. Right, that's going to make it difficult for a person to socialize. Even though there's a whole population of them, but they all think that they're teachers. They all think they know everything. You just go, okay. It's like I said, I don't do this when I'm in a social situation. I just sit there and say nothing. Well, I haven't been like, not when I was hanging around with those Bobby Long people. No, because then I talk. I was like the comedian of the group. Elvis Presley's mother said that I should be a comedian. She thought I was wicked funny. That's me in a more relaxed state. It wasn't when I was drinking either. It was like the next day because I was relieved to be the fuck away from him. That's how women act when they're in a bad marriage. Some people really, it's just a different social groups, but some people really do not like intelligent women. I don't even know if it's beautiful, intelligent women, but they just don't like it. Throw in a beautiful, intelligent woman that doesn't have sex. Oh yeah, you are every nuded male on in an area is gonna just hate you. Some females, they're complete. I'm trying to help you if you're a female. By some miracle of God, you can actually see this, which is the only reason I would actually be talking, since I'm not having a relationship with criminals. Some women, I'm helping you. It's not I'm insulting you, but you don't really know a lot about males. When you think that men are doing something because you're loose women, they aren't. Men love whores. I should say other species males love whores because they're friendly and they remind them of their mother. They don't like beautiful, intelligent adult women, especially when they don't have sex. I'm talking about the other species. It's like we represent everything they are not as males, which should make sense given how I explained what my species is. It's like they can tell. And it's like the child within them comes out that's been rejected by every man they ever met. Like they feel inadequate, and it's like they can't really explain why they're behaving like that. The only thing they could do is try to act like we're a sex object when that doesn't make any sense. And then say we're like dykish or stuck up or old or all these various things. They have to turn it into something sexual when it's about feeling inadequate as a male. Everywhere they go in their lives, if they feel down put by another male, they have to put up with it. It comes out in a rage when it's a female. It's the opposite of what it should be, exactly. Like you saw on the street corner. A man would be embarrassed by that outburst. No shit. Me in my mind, with the tents, I think, oh my God, maybe there'll be a sane fucking person. Maybe there'll be a dude. That's what I think, right? I don't know. I don't know anything about it personally, but I'm sure it exists. It clearly doesn't exist with Brian Buchanan. But right, because I'd be reporting something about tents, right? And a boyfriend goes, really, babe? He would do one of those, really? Okay, and you're already like, you're supporting tents in your area because there's no men around. That's why you're supporting tents in your area. Come on. If I was on the World Wide Web, there'd be 14 females that have to go grocery shopping tomorrow. I'm sure. What is this tent? I didn't see any of them yet. Don't get too excited, but right, dudes on a work strike don't actually live in a house. Right, I already explained it. You'd be lucky if they're outside of a prison. Stop getting full. I gotta keep my calories up. I've been doing arm work. Yeah. I probably should try to. Well, yeah. I'm not gonna overthink it. I say it every week. I feel like Jessica Savage. I say it every week about the salads, and every week I get salad stuff. So I'm not gonna overthink it. It can't be doing too bad because the liver is down and the ass is out. Like, I'm not saying I want the ass to be out, but it's just genetics and my age. Not that part of my ass, but I haven't even started going up the hill yet. Shower curtain. See how that would have been funny? I know, it's like I have way too much material out there that you just go, okay, I don't think he means that. I think it's just who's done ways too much drugs. I don't even think he means shower curtain. I know, remember? Why did God do it to me? John Candy, the shower curtain ring guy. You go, really, God? I know, I forgot about that. I actually forgot about it. Really, God? Like, what in the. All that Pearl Jam music and stuff that Charles Manson had shaved and everything? I know, just Jacqueline. Really? I mean, there's nothing upstairs. There's nothing, and there's nothing in his hat. But I mean, I like different types of dudes. Yeah, you just go, I'm brand new. I don't know what it is, man. Maybe it's never gonna work out. I don't know who's gone out with 14 eccentric people and goes, "Are you ever gonna stop this?" Well, I'm not homosexual, but I thought that that Jen person was like that. We would have made friends. Yeah, we would have been friends for life. Like we would have been friends for life, not that. Like that's all just yeah. But she seemed like quirky and weird. Yeah, like just like Brian. And then it's like, what in the hell? Maybe quirky and weird's not good. Yes. Quirky, weird, retarded. Yeah, just serial killer. Like sensual, what do they call it? Not Arabic, is that what it is? Arabic, sensual dude. Those are different types of people. What, just finished med school? That's what that dude look like. Coffee, head down, phone, now on. That's married. That's what I'm saying, though. People can't even see that. I would. I'm gonna fucking just scream and never stop screaming. What if, first of all, it has to do with God is doing a ding, 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 ding. And then Melissa goes, what the fuck? Just ding, 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 ding. I don't even have it now. The sphincter of Audi. No, she knows stuff. I don't know anything. She's like a Encyclopedia Britannica in her head. I know nothing. Here she comes. She comes to end the game. You guys had months. What's this coffee head down phone narrative ring? Does he have a brain plague? Sphincter? Gallbladder? Boom. Insert Indian trap music. Oh, yeah, I guess it's time to take a break from the green olives. It's probably way too much sodium after what I just ate. Yeah, that's the first time that's hit me like that. Ugh, too much salt. Yeah. Maybe because it's getting lower in the jar too. I should rinse them off. Yeah, it's probably time to rinse them off. There's not that many left. But yeah, and it was a lot of mayonnaise. I gotta get back on track here before I blow up. Do 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 do. Sphincterati. Boom. It's called something. There's a whole big elaborate name. Because the band is like this wide on his finger, as it should be. Yeah. I never even thought of that. If I ever get engaged, yeah, clearly the dude is wearing a band that goes from knuckle to knuckle. Yeah. No, he just tells me. Was that Brian? Remember that with the backpack? Was that Brian? Is that Breen? What is that? I hope to God not. I mean, we should put it out there so they cannot do it. Are they all married? It benefits us if they're all married because how are they going to explain suddenly there can't be dudes in tents over there? The hell they care? They're already married. Wait, what do they care about that? Dead 'em. As long as they don't bother my guys, but they're like way back. The guys are usually in the front there. Don't bother my guys. I would. I'd be pissed if the next time I go by there and the shit's gone. I'll be like, are you fucking kidding me? It would, because now you know. Just so you know, now you know just the way he was talking. You go, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, we'll have a town fucking vote tomorrow. No, 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 no. Over at the Fellas Bar, yeah. We will have a vote tomorrow at the Fellas Bar about whether the town of Dedham wants those fucking tents removed. Your governor and your is it the attorney general are both women. That's why. Some people aren't safe in shelters because they get raped by other men. Have you ever seen how close the quarters are in a male shelter? Right. Some people aren't safe in a shelter. It's not just about raping them. They beat them up because they're like that. Right. And they get jealous and they'll beat them up. Some people are not safe in a shelter. That's just a fact of life. I think some people are done with throwing people into a pit like that when they're obviously not like that. Nobody that's on drugs is pitching a fucking tent in the town of Dedham. I explained it to you. You have to know the culture. They would get extremely bored and leave. Like that Geo guy, he had to go even further in. He went into Boston because he didn't even like Quincy. Quincy wasn't even going to be adequate for him. Not he's moving out to the suburbs. That Brian dude was from Foxborough. Right? They eat. I'm pretty sure the shelter's in Worcester. So yeah, they go into the city for a reason. They're looking for groups of people. They like to stay in a group. They're not loners. Like they're not Dave and Andrea. Like that was a couple that lived somewhere in Quincy in the woods for God, at least 12 years, 11, 12 years. He was there in 2012. Ralph Waldo Emerson. I don't know about her, but she died, and then I don't know if he's still living. The Twitter account that I could view before, oh yeah, remember that when they told me that the Quincy police blocked me on Twitter? Is that them in the text message? Is that who I called where they go, I'm blocking you? Blocking me? I want to know where Brian Buchanan is. I'm thinking that's not the Quincy police. I'm blocking you. He would be down the thing going, so would Paul with the text. Can we find out what these people look like first before we as a group decide they should be there? I mean, come on, really? I think we should find out what they look like before we decide they need to go into a pit. Especially if they're not a nuisance to the fucking police. I know, you go, really, people? Come on. You just had a dude screaming at me over there. So some people might go, oh, no. We are done telling people they can't come out here. Someone knows if that guy has housing out here. You go, we're done with that. You got someone living right in the area screaming at people. Right, when you have people that are peacekeepers, not everyone that's homeless does drugs, you know. It depends. If you started, this is the other thing too. I explained it to you. If you started having problems with not having enough workers, I know it's some of the stuff is. Why would they be living in tents? It's not that. It's that those people themselves would go, I don't understand why you care that those people are there. Have you ever seen the age group of the essential workers? I was just there today. Woman at the self checkout who's keeping your food supply going. Does she want to know what these people look like before someone decides they can't be there? Because clearly she's stuck here. She's not in the city. Are we supposed to go into the city to find attractive people? Those people are all on drugs. Some of these people are young people. I mean, hello? They want to get married. Are you nuking everybody? They don't have a right to couple up and get married before they die? That's pretty, that's pretty mean. Especially when they're agreeing to keep your food supply going for you. When they know that you people don't work. Come on. That's pretty mean. Let the young folks have some happiness here. But yeah, as long as they're not people that have come out here to prey upon the suburbs, that's what I'm saying. You got to find out who the hell they are first. There's a bus that goes right to Forest Hills from there. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's like, do you think you should find out if there are people that were just evicted from a house in Dedham before you're like, that shouldn't be there? I don't. I was actually just thinking about it, and I go, I don't. I was saying something about over here, and apparently it was decided that's not a good spot. Yeah. Well, there's no bathroom there. I know. You say that, but now you say to shut this train down. I told you why. I told you why. Right. I don't want the suburbs people shipped into a kill zone because then we lose our essential workers. That they have 1 million people out there. They can run their own stores there. That's what I'm telling you. That's completely unfair to bus and train people into cities that are filled with people. We have to have our essential workers here too, you know. You just go, that's everyone's gonna get nuked and then we stop. Someone might say that like, oh, you'll get off your ass and run your own food store. That's pretty much what I'm saying. That's pretty much what I'm saying. I've been saying that about Quincy since 2022, when I finally just went, there is no way you people are ever going to sober up, or you're my species. I mean, this is not a reason that you folks shouldn't be running a grocery store. And the conditions of their workers out there, and how much shopping and stuff was going on. That, I mean, talk about you don't have resources for Mary Gladys. It's disgusting. That is disgusting when you watch that for 2 months straight. And people are telling you they're throwing the stuff away to buy more of it. That's why I said that. I was hoping things would be different than what I saw in 2020. It's kind of like going from 2011 to 2013. Again, I was hoping that things would be different. By 2013, clearly you guys aren't going to access 20. Okay? And then clearly by 2020, you can never shut the system off. So once you don't have any more, basically, I guess, agitators or people demanding things, that's why you were told to prove every stipend. Once you don't have people demanding things, then you just worry about keeping your essentials going. That hasn't really changed. I don't know about this business about bringing more people in unless they're trying to flee like another area that someone, they either ran out of people because they got sick or they destroyed their city. That's what I'm saying. These might be people that learned a lesson and they can benefit you here if they're explaining to the population that they don't want to be doing certain things. So it just depends on where they are coming from. Especially if you get a whole bunch of people here that are wickedly spoiled, and some of these people are coming from like Texas or something. Right? Just, I think you should have a little bit of compassion for people if they went from Puerto Rico and someone sent them to Florida and then they were sent here. That's a lot of upheaval in a person's life, right? Just some of these people are not actually doing things of their own accord. I know that for myself. I think it's certain age groups or ethnic groups or something, or they're being trained in a community. I told you that I met people in Roswell that they had working there. And I asked her about it, and she said, this is better than what she was in. I'm not sure what that means, but like Roswell was an area they were supposed to shut down. So I'm not sure what that means, that they need you out there to work at a McDonald's. I know you do, you go, sometimes it's almighty. Right? It's almighty, so you go. I could tell that they basically bring people there and trap them there, like that Pat guy did to me. And then they start telling you to work. I need a bus ticket the fuck out of it. They don't even do that in Albuquerque, from what I could tell. Right? Like they said Christian groups show up at the train station because God probably sends them there because they know, and they pay to send people back wherever it is they want to go because they get stuck out there. Right? So someone could be coming from anywhere and end up in Roswell, New Mexico. Yeah, someone could start doing that if they're not a depersonalized sex offender, right? And you had an income that you could if you, especially if you had a car and you don't put yourself at risk of ending up somewhere, you could start traveling around if you had a concern about people being stuck places. Yeah, I mean, obviously, God probably has people doing that. Yeah, just after what I've been through, I don't know, man. You'd have to basically tell me that I don't know who would be camped out there. What would they be doing? That I would be like, you got to get rid of those people. You just say it even was drug addicts, because I said this about that Brian guy. Uh, like, why didn't he go back to Boston? If he came there from Boston in the wintertime, I thought it was like he was at least trying to use less. And unfortunately, crack cocaine followed him there. I don't know what that is or who brought crack cocaine into Quincy, but to my knowledge, that wasn't going on at the library. And just people on mad vapes and stuff. You just, maybe Karen Coker would probably laugh. Crack cocaine wasn't going on, Mary. I don't remember that going on at the library, Karen. Yeah, just, I don't know. just it, yeah, I don't know. I guess in 2012, I met a couple people. I know Jerry used it, but didn't Jerry and like Alex leave Quincy generally? When did it infiltrate into Quincy like that? Anyways, um, yeah, I know. So people are going, really? Didn't you meet White Dave and Black Dave? I guess they know what they're doing. So, it can, is that used as like a painkiller of any sort? It seems kind of like not a nice drug, but from what I read about it, it's like an 8-minute high. You go, what is that going to do for someone who has pain, like for pain relief or like extreme stress? Is it? Can they make it themselves? Is that what it is? Maybe they can make it themselves, or it's just because it's so addictive or something. Are they like exhausted? Is that why some of them are using it? Because I feel like he does that sometimes with whatever it is he's smoking, which I assume is like meth or Adderall or something. Is it because they're tired? Yeah, like it's like, do they have like so much anxiety that they have to do that to do something? It's just such a terrible drug, man. The Adderall. Well, I don't really want to encourage anyone to smoke crack cocaine from what I've seen of it because it's like clearly wicked addictive. Like just you just keep doing it, apparently. So I definitely don't want to encourage that. So apparently there's definitely a reason why some people don't drink alcohol. They must do weird shit they don't like. Yeah. So that's good. If someone knows they have a problem and it gets worse when they're drinking, don't whatever it is, don't do that. If people get violent or they're like have weird sexual distorted thoughts, whatever it is. Yeah, that's I know Candy never liked drinking. So there's gotta be some reason why. She was always like a marijuana user and I'm sure she did other drugs when she was going out with Jay, but she ended up getting hooked on meth because I think someone put it in pot. They were buying pot from someone, and apparently that person started putting fucking Adderall on it. And they all ended up addicted to it. From what I can gather, that's what happened. I never asked her about it, but you just go, I don't think that's marijuana right there. I was an RA in college, so I have to know what it smells like. Some of the other ones I didn't, but nowadays they probably do have to know. I mean, that's how much life has changed, or it's just different for college students. I went to college with people that did not know what marijuana smoked like, which is probably good, especially in Framingham. It used to be all Jews apparently there. Yeah. So, unfortunately, because of my upbringing, I know what marijuana smells like. So when I smell other things, I'm like, that's not marijuana. Whatever that is not pot. That I know. I went to dental school with this woman that was in the military, and she told me about that fake pot. Yeah, I don't know if that's some kind of thing. It supposedly doesn't show up in a like a drug test, but she said it makes you insane. I remember her telling me that. That's what I was wondering, if that was that woman who said she had skin cancer. It looked like her, but it doesn't mean it was her. And I'm like, is that Sarah from the dental school? She has cancer? That would be awful news. Some people have a certain look about them, and I haven't. That was 2009. Yeah, 2009. So that was right before I came up here. I know. Imagine you're in the military, and then you're doing that. I hope the military paid for it. Yeah, just and then you're making 10.50 an hour at Greenberg Dental, and you just go, yeah, I'm really glad I went to the military so they could pay for this. It was like $10,000 for the school. It's like a scam. In Massachusetts, you don't even have to do that. You just start working at a dentist office. Yeah, it's like a big scam. And then you are basically not qualified to work in Massachusetts. But you have to work in Florida for 2 years and then you take another test. So by forcing me up here, you basically disqualified me from working. And then you want to know why I'm not working. That's why it's all in the paperwork from the first application. Whether people think that's insane or not, then give me the insane money. It is. It's difficult in life, I'm sure, especially for males. I told you. Just first of all, to be confronted with a female when I'm not even accusing you of anything in 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, it's nothing but cordial, as you know. I'm not even accusing you of anything. And then you actually have me fill out paperwork, not you arrest someone for kidnapping, not you give me emergency housing for domestic violence, okay? Not you get me a lawyer and help me get my alimony. Nope. You do that for drug addicts and whores as I sit here like this, okay? So, first of all, you don't even get you being confronted with what the fuck is this, okay? And clearly, you're already up to no good up here by the time I even get here, unbeknownst to me, because I'm already a fucking hostage and I don't even really realize it or how the fuck that happened. And I'm sure even Alfred would go, if I had known I was fucking flying her into fucking Nazi Germany, I'm not sure I would have done it. I mean, I don't know. He seems really fucked up, but you'd have to be really fucked up to believe that the mother of your children deserved to have all this happen to her for 13 fucking years. No, just obviously I wasn't in Florida tracking him down, knocking on his windows of his fucking house, hiring a lawyer. No, you just go, whatever. But some people are fucked up. They can never get over it. But you go, had I known I was flying her into fucking Nazi Germany, I wouldn't have done it. Yeah, you just go, they still haven't, like, just even gotten her a lawyer or taken her to a fucking doctor or something? Like, what the fuck? Oh, yeah. So, anyways, that has nothing to do. By March of 2012, I'm already out in the fucking public. After being on the internet, like, and they ignore that. Okay, here I am in your face. Okay. And the reason I'm not working, you're a government official, okay, and I can collect his Social Security when he retires. He's a kidnapper. What happened to my fucking parental rights? When did I go before a judge and have my parental rights fucking taken away from me? And my house and my alimony and my personal fucking belongings. Okay. It's called the hostage. Like, you people are already gone in the fucking head by March of 2012. A year after the nuclear event, you were already gone mentally. Okay, so here's the paperwork. Reason I'm not working, I am not qualified to work in the state of Massachusetts because I was flown out of fucking Florida where I was qualified to work. And where the fuck are my children? How do I not have a fucking house? Where's my alimony? Okay. So now, 13 fucking years later, you're gonna go, oh, well, they don't have permanent alimony in Florida. Do they have any fucking alimony in Florida? Okay. Do they have parental kidnapping fucking laws? Oh, okay. Well, they're all adults now. Okay. That's why I don't talk to you fucking things. That, I mean, just even outlawing Florida alimony at this point, that's why I don't talk to you. It's pointless. It's absolutely pointless. And one thing I've discovered, and it's not actually his fault, is some people, they literally don't have anything else in their brain. Right? Just, they'll go right into talking about other shit to do with the world, and you go, none of that's real. Okay. Yeah, like, it's completely turned the tables from 2011 when I was talking about world stuff. Now you don't, now that's all you want to talk about is world stuff? Okay. Remember that? No one wanted to listen to anything about Syria or any of that. And now all they want to talk about is world stuff. All right. I don't want to, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm in a thing now where I'm not even around people that I want to have conversations with. I don't want to be mean because I'm allowed to live here. Otherwise, I'd be on the fucking street. But you just go, him and her can talk about whatever the fuck they want. I don't mean it like that. It's just, no one that's homeless talks about like that. Yeah, just as an FYI. If you're trying to pretend to be fucking homeless, good luck. You can't even pretend to be Jen Vickery. How much would I possibly know about Jen Vickery that you can't even pretend to be Jen Vickery? Get it? So good luck pretending to be homeless. But I'd say it's pretty difficult pretending to be homeless. But no homeless people I meet talk about all that fucking world shit. No, you just, every day of your life is basically talking about how much the they has fucked you over. Everything is like they, or they has a clothing place over here now, stuff like that. The Snap office is open again. Some of them will constantly be asking you if you have a fucking dollar or a cigarette or something. But no, thank God. That would be, those are the people that pretend they're homeless. What the people that start talking about fucking deep, philosophical fucking shit and stuff. Yeah, no. Not any of the people I would ever be talking to. Yeah, you just go, I'm all set with that. Like I said, sitting on the beach with Karen and her friends and Michael, I was just basically chill. I really don't talk a lot. When I was with Alex, I just sat there because he's so talkative, him and his friends and stuff. Like we were all sitting and he's standing like he's on fucking stage and stuff. It's George Papad. He's not a shy person. He's very theatrical. So it was like refreshing. Yeah. It's not like this. Nope. And then when I got to watch the films and stuff, I was mowing food and listening to Michael Florian talking. And then he conversates with you like a geisha. He conversates with you about the film and stuff. He doesn't ignore people when they're in a room with them too. He's a wicked nice person. So, anyways, I know cut two. He's like said some horrible thing about me, but that would be shocking to me. That would be shocking to me. Him saying anything bad about anybody would actually be surprising. It wouldn't be shocking to me, but probably people that are like Shea's age, but she hasn't had a lot of relationships. At least she's not telling us. If she would get to the end, I'm not saying she's at the end of her life, Jesus Christ, but if she was at the end of her life, if she would say that she has way more like fond memories of friends, like platonic friends, than anybody she's been romantically involved with, maybe. If a person had been married, but then they weren't married when they died, if they were like talking like that towards the end, I would say that probably happens a lot. Just because clearly you have so many hurt feelings between people that you were in a relationship with. Because why aren't you with them? Yeah, to me, well, like I said, I don't have one of those. I don't have a relationship like that. They're all tarnished. I don't see why you would ever break up if your relationships weren't tarnished. But like tarnished to the point where, right, there's just nothing there. I guess my memories don't really work like that too. Where yeah, I don't capsulate like a bad relationship and then have like a couple of good memories and forget about them. Not Barbara Streisand's "Way We Were" song. Yeah, I guess I don't do that. I like never think about my children. I never think about any of my life from the time that I had my daughter in 1994 till 2011. It's not even, I never have a thought in my head about it. Yeah. Uh, I wouldn't be able to survive. Yeah, I don't even think about that part of my life at all. None of it. I can't even think about my dogs. Yeah. Not I need to go over it. Yeah. That's just, I don't know because I don't know about people that were told that someone murdered their children and not. It's like this. This is like such an atrocity that you're completely fucking damned. But anyway, I can't speak for them if they even think about their children or they had to completely block it out because it would be nothing but torment. So it's like a big void. So friendships and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'm not about to die, so I guess I don't really do that either. If I had to think about it, I really, I got you never hear people talk about how they want to live in the present stuff. I never thought I was like that because I remember like I think it was when I was married and just having when I was growing up because I wanted to get the fuck away from abuse. So you set up like things that you look forward to in your life. So I think yeah, I don't know if I would. At the end of the marriage, I think I started doing that when I was planning trips. That's how you cope with having to live with people. You plan what you're going to do. But I think my regular self, I don't really do that. It is sort of like day to day, the present moment. I, it could just be because of my age. And there's clearly, how could I plan to do anything but my workout schedule? I can't really plan to do anything when I'm being kept hostage during a mass extinction. But yeah, like I'd have to do that for my next thing. I guess I could start thinking about that. I mean, that's like it. Obviously, when you're gonna if when you die and you're reborn, which is my reality, uh, I'd be doing things all over again. So your brain probably functions differently again, like it did when you were planning a life. Yeah, like I I know you go. I don't know what's going to be going on in the world. Is there a college? Uh, okay, so right. Well, depersonalizing and then having a difficulty with the conversation and the shift in the conversation, right? More perversion. So it becomes more difficult, right? Like, I don't know if the person is like so psychopathic that they can't feel any guilt or compassion, because I've seen that. They go into a rage, or it, I doubt they're overcome with like guilt emotion. Yeah, they can't feel any like pity or anything for me. They get angry. They get angry and disgusted, and like try to deflect from anything I'm talking about. Yeah, just it's more perversion, like the first comment. If you can't see it, if you full moon cheek spread, um, flash the camera, I will donate $5,000. Right. So it. I know you just go. There's what do you say to that other than the same stuff I was saying before? Right. So it's a sad existence. So hopefully it will think about the things that were in the other live stream. But I've been doing it. I've been doing this for 13 years, and like this, like I said, for 4 years. So anyway, like I was saying when I was talking about myself, um, I think your brain obviously is different from the time you're 53. Everything is so messed up now that I know you go. I would base it probably on this cycle of life. That's what I just went to do. I went to like reference back to the childhood of obviously wanting to get the hell away from here. Right? So I do. I view it like as a big culmination of a species. It's like a very, uh, like from a sort of outside objective view, it's very damning to the entire population of this land piece. I don't know about the planet. They might have their own hostages over there getting the same speech at the same time. Um, because clearly, if you're in another land piece, what are you going to do? Unless you're a world leader and you're in the military and stuff, then clearly you could have done something. Like you could have flown over here, you could have flown me to India to be with the doctors or whatever, like any of that. Taken me and my children to the safe zone immediately, all of that stuff. So it's like a big damnation of a species. And a lot of it is for like for me and my species so that we understand why there's not going to be 8 billion people on planet Earth. There's going to be like a half a billion people. It's going to be a lot of death. So just so that they don't become super afraid and like scared of God and stuff. Um, And so, right, they don't fall into despair and they start to view things differently about how things can to actually work when you realize there's not going to be that many people. Once you realize, oh, okay, and you start thinking totally like a scientist, intelligent design, and totally like an ecosystem, um, and why there can't be that many people, and you go, okay, so there's going to be other species and like a planet flourishes instead of this like dreary Biffville all over the planet. Think about the other species, like just going like the guys today. They're not destroying anybody's habitat by what they're doing, right? And you look at it and you go, thank God. I mean, I hopefully they're not putting chemicals down on that grass and stuff. And you go, thank God that grass is there. They'd starve to death. How would geese get food? Okay, so that's why you can't have geese in New York City unless they have them in the park. I know I shouldn't talk about a city I haven't been to, but you go. But how would you have geese in Quincy Center? Why are there so many geese like that at the duck pond and at the ball field? And then people don't want them there? Where else would they go? They have to eat. Yeah, they have to eat to live. Okay. They don't need your food store. They don't need your SNAP food card. But they do need that grass, apparently. That's where they eat. And because it's a ball field, if you're treating it with chemicals, how are dandelions going to grow there? That's what they eat. I saw them eating it. So um, it's just a whole huge problem. And then you think you don't need geese and they're annoying and they bark and they shit because you don't understand anything and people aren't going to help you get food anymore. So there's not a possible way you can stay here. If you have that much of a distaste for birds, you can't stay here. You have to have birds are a vital part of this ecosystem. And so are rodents. I went over that. If you don't like rodents, you're going to have an issue. If you're a weird person like me and you've always liked rodents, then that should make sense to you. Uh, I understand ants, but as long as they don't bite me, yeah. The ones that bite, because I'm allergic to them too. It's not just that they bite me, but I have a wicked severe fire ant allergy. Yeah, like say you had sent me to Lake Eola and I got bit by a fire ant, I could have died because you have to have cash to buy the Benadryl that I have to take. You might want to ask the cruise ship. I don't know if that's in my medical record from the cruise ship. It might not be. If they think that I couldn't actually die if I was bitten by one red ant and not allowed to get my Benadryl, like you wouldn't allow me to get treatment for scabies, you could murder people by doing that. So um, I hope they have fire ants in Puerto Rico and those people were prepared when they were sent to Florida because there's a lot of them there. And I don't know how common that allergy is, but it seems like it's probably pretty common. So I don't know, it might have something to do with the immune system, but it's wicked bad. And every time I get bit by one, it's worse. So I was wondering that about 9 Mile Hill, speaking of which, because I noticed when I got up one morning, it looked like there was a big, huge dead ant, like a queen. And remember, I told you what happened to me? It's possible that happened, that it bit me in the back, and that's why I didn't know. Yeah, not good. Yeah, I'm lucky. If that's what happened, I'm lucky I'm alive. Um, on the cruise ship, I got bit right on the top of my foot when I was getting ready to drive to Miami. One ant right in the top of my foot. And I learned this part of it after. If you get bit, don't whack it. Like flick it off you with your finger like that. But wash it. Don't scratch it. Don't rub it. Wash it. And it helps. But anyways, I got bit by one. And this is before I knew the thing about you got to wash it right away. And I had no idea this was going to happen. I knew I was having allergic reactions to it. So I drive all the way to Miami. It's like a 4-hour drive from Orlando, me and Candy. And by the time I get there, there's a welt probably like that. And then we spend the night in the hotel because we're getting on the cruise ship the next day. And I can tell that it's itchy. Like all during the night, I'm rubbing it with my other foot. And I get up in the morning and it's like I probably still hadn't washed it. That's probably part of the problem. But anyways, my foot was already starting to swell. And I hadn't even got on the ship yet. So I think it was by like, was it the first night or the second night of the cruise? I had to go to the doctor on the cruise because it went all the way up to my knee. Oh yeah, I look like I had elephantitis, like my entire foot and from the knee down. And the doctor on the ship is like, it that's from an ant bite? And I said, yeah, yeah. And it was, yeah, there's probably people who've had to be like airlifted to a fucking hospital or something from something like that. But anyways, they just gave me a ton of prednisone and Benadryl. And I just remember I think we like went to a show, we went to dinner, and my heart was like, I thought I was going to have a heart attack from the prednisone and the Benadryl, just boom, boom, boom. And I think my face was all like red and stuff. Yeah, it was awful, but it took by probably the first or second day after doing that, it was already like way down, and then I could walk around. I think I had to take like one day. It just so happened that there was no stops or anything because the first stop was Puerto Rico, San Juan. So I put it up. I think that's what it was. It was like a full day at sea or something. It must have been the first night I went to the doctor. It was that bad by that night. So, anyways, yeah, I got to, and I still could walk around San Juan that day. But just point about me about the fire ants. So when they told me to go to Lake Eola in the middle of the night, if I had got bit by a fire ant, they could have killed me. Like, I'm sure. Just ask a doctor. It's called cellulosis or cellulitis or whatever. I don't know if it's in the medical record. If they access your medical records on a cruise ship or not, I don't know. But anyways, stuff like that for people that are that need to be homeless in Florida, and you're telling them to sleep on dirt and grass. When I went to the dental school, I think it was one of the teachers told me that she has that with spiders. She has an EpiPen because of it. So I think it's the chemicals they're using. Yeah, I think it's the chemicals they. I felt like God explained it to me about the fire ants because they keep putting all that stuff in the grass. So the ant developed a protective layer. And so when it bites you, that's what you're having an allergy to. It's either the chemicals itself are on it or it's that protective layer that the fire ants made. Yeah, they're making like super fire ants. You're probably going to have a lot of people that have allergies like that now. So, not good. All the golf courses and just constantly putting chemicals and shit down on grass and to kill them. They gotta be there. They eat animals. Yeah, they're not like you got a bunch of ants here that eat nitrates, so you're probably gonna see more ants because they eat nitrates. But these ants eat flesh, so you appreciate it when you see it. When you see that, like you put poison down in your house and you see a dead mouse on the ground, and then all of a sudden here come fire ants, and within like an hour, it's nothing but but bones. So they definitely serve a purpose. Yeah, like you got to have fire ants, but you really want to stay away from them. Yeah, that's some vicious ants. Remember the bees? I had these bees at my property once where we had to call the exterminator, and the exterminator was like frightened because they were like killer bees. You ever hear of killer bees? The killer bees flew in, and it almost looks like from a distance that bees made a nest. And then you go, it's nothing but bees. And yeah, and he's like, he didn't know what he was going to do because he's like, I don't know if we can even spray these things. And this has got to be God. All of a sudden, they decided to start swarming. And we're like running. Me and the pest guy are running from the tree. And they just went shh and went somewhere else in the neighborhood and became, unfortunately, somebody else's problem. And then they probably had to call an exterminator. I don't know. It's possible someone had them and they got out. I don't know, because you just go, what the hell is that? Yeah, that was scary. Yeah, but you just go, I don't even think he charged me. I don't even think he charged me, which was nice. Yeah, you just go, I guess they're gone. Yeah, and he was telling me you're lucky because once those things decide they're going to be somewhere, they get wicked. They're wicked aggressive. But he goes, the tree, there's like, he goes, they must have came from somewhere else. Something disturbed them because they don't nest just, because if you saw my property, just like a tree in the middle of nothing, like a field, and it was like nothing on the tree. And you go, that's not going to be an adequate place for these bees to stay. Thank God. But yeah, those weren't regular bees. Just like you go, oh, it looks like a bee's nest. No, that's not a bee's nest. That is a lot of bees. They move all together. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I've never had like one of those nests like this. But in the movies, you just have a bee here and a bee there. That's not what those killer bees do. They all move together. Could you imagine? You're not going to just get stung once. If something, that's why the two of us were running. That was scary. He was like, as soon as he was looking at it, he was telling me that he seemed like he was nervous. And this is the guy who shows up on the pest truck. I went over the thing about the hornets or wasps. Yeah. They like to build nests at that house. Right. I think it's mostly in the wintertime, but this is what it is. And they probably have a spray that maybe this is better for the environment. I'm not sure how you get it. Like that, you know that like liquid nitrogen? Is that bad for the environment? Liquid nitrogen rather than those chemicals? It once you if you spray them and they're cold, because this happened to me. I was like, oh my God, oh no, it was right at the front door. I'm like, oh no, they put a nest, right? But then uh this is I mean, I should have probably known God was talking to me. How would I know anything? It because it was cold out, they don't move around when it's cold. Yeah, wasps don't like it when it's cold. So if you knock the thing down in the wintertime, you'll see that they just crawl around and all you have to do is step on them. So yeah, maybe if you can you get liquid nitrogen in a can rather than a chemical? And just yeah, that's all you gotta do is make them cold and then they just fall down. You can knock the whole thing down and then they just walk around like cluster flies. They don't fly when they're cold and you just step on them. I was like, this is good. I was beginning to learn stuff about bugs and stuff, especially after he left and I had to go back down there. When I left in February, but by the time I get back down there in April, you would think I was gone for 5 years. I mean, that's Florida, like spooky. So that's when I had to remove this huge nest with the banana spider in it. Yeah, I would just go, oh my God. And then there was a snake and stuff. I'm just like, what the hell is going on? I felt like, yeah, just imagine that. You know that God is talking to you, and you're like, what is going on? And there was like weeds like this big that I had to cut down with the thing. I'm like, I was gone for 2 months. My pool was black, and these humongous spiders started coming out of it. I can't stand spiders. I mean, they look like tarantulas. I couldn't believe it. You go, they live in the water. They were probably like up under into the where the filter and stuff is. Not the filter, but the where the water goes that goes in the filter. Yeah, just I don't see how they were living in the water, but just completely black. And you just go, who the fuck would even do this? I know you just go, this dude has got some serious issues, man. Who on earth would do this? Just destroy your own children's fucking house. So anyway, I got the whole place cleaned back up again for the children to come back into. That's that they could have died in there in a black pool. How would you find them if one of them fell the fuck in there? I know you just go, but I'm neglect. Okay. Anyways, by November, all of a sudden I get assigned fucking taxes. Remember that part? That was in an email too that someone locked me the fuck out of. Where he's asking me if minors can sign my signature to a tax return. Oh yeah, clearly this dude was approaching critical mass, like that dude that murdered his wife and folded her up in a fucking mattress and stuck her in the trash dump. Because he was living like one of those double lives. Right, that is how you cause a woman to get murdered. Everything that Candy was doing, but for Almighty God, am I still living? She could have had all my children fucking murdered by him, the shit that she was doing. Right, you go, you asked him for money? I'm on a computer. I'm talking to a person who's clearly mentally ill. He's threatening my children's fucking lives. And unbeknownst to you, you're asking him for fucking money? I didn't even know she was doing that. You just go, oh my. And then I don't know if she was running around telling people in the town that I was fucking, I don't know what they were telling people about what was going on with me. It's terrible when people get sick too, because clearly she ended up having the brain sickness too. And you just go, I don't know. It's probably everybody that's going to get the brain plague probably already knows they're getting the brain plague. It's like they already have symptoms of it. But clearly, that's one of the symptoms where I think they think that, like, seeing people, that there's something wrong with them. Yeah. You just go, acting strange. Okay. Is it possible that she's under duress? Because, I mean, everything that's happened with this dude, it doesn't seem like a normal, like she's like a Nicole Brown. Is it possible she's under duress? Like, have you seen these emails? Okay. I think I'd be acting fucking strange too. I mean, in hindsight, thinking about it, you go, the dude is threatening the children's lives, and then you're talking to him on a text or a phone about money. Is it possible she's under duress? Anyways, I don't even know how strange I was acting, to be honest with you, but she doesn't even know what strange is. She wasn't with me at the airport. She doesn't even know what strange is. Oh yeah. She would I wasn't doing that much of weird stuff in Florida. I would say trying to siphon gasoline out of my tractor and put it in my Suburban to buy cigarettes probably was viewed as strange. If he knew what I was doing. If he was wondering why there was a hole in the tank to the tractor. I ended up walking to the store to buy cigarettes. I that's why I told that Brian, dude, you don't want to see me smoking, man. Just oh yeah, just a screwdriver. I don't even know how to siphon anything, but I was gonna try to do it. And then it finally dawned on me to maybe walk. Just walk there. I doubt it. I kind of doubt anybody was watching me through Google Earth or whatever at that point. But if they were, I'm sure they were probably knew exactly what I was doing. Like, okay. Because they probably saw me over at the truck and shit, and they're like, she's gonna try to siphon gasoline into the fucking truck. She probably light herself on fire. I gave up after I actually formed the hole. It was probably God going, really? What if you're gonna suck on this and put that in there? I mean, come on. Maybe just walk to the store and buy cigarettes. I know it's a good thing I don't use drugs, man. For sure. I wouldn't be on those stimulants, though. I would be hanging out with Michael Four and his sister. Yep. I don't know anything about those stimulants. I'd be hanging out with Darlene's daughter and Michael Foreig's sister. I'm sure I'd be long since dead already. Well, it's a thing, and maybe they're like this too. When you're highly intelligent, if you were ever to develop a drug addiction, you're gonna be dead. Yeah. Because it's just so you would just think you can outthink yourself. That's why you would die from an addiction. It's not a good thing for an intelligent person to become a drug addict. The whole nature of addiction and being able to formulate a plot plan to keep using. That's probably what happened to Jonathan. Well, he can't be too dumb writing those songs, I gotta say, but that's probably what happened to him. Once you get an addiction like that, and you're an intelligent person, it is all over. I don't think he uses drugs. I don't think he uses drugs at all. No. He wasn't one of the druggies. I think Jonathan uses drugs. I think that's a lesson you learn one time. Let's see. It's a little bit surprising he'd be using drugs that late in his life course, but it happens. What am I doing over here? Oh, these things. I know. I sound like everybody's mother, don't I? Yes. That's what that Bobby Long guy would say. He said that you can tell that I'm a mom because of the way I was treating him, I guess. From going from the hotel to the venue. Do you have this? Do you have that? Did you do this? You know who's one of those take care of moms is Karen. No, she's definitely one of those take care of moms. Like you can tell that she's been a single mother for a long time. No, I don't mean it in a bad way, no, but that's a lot of responsibility. It's a lot of stress on a person. Yeah, like she definitely strikes me as someone who should be married. Someone to share the burden of the entire thing with her. That's a that's yeah. Because she wants to do like so much. I don't know if every mother is like that. The people are just different. It doesn't mean it's bad. Right? Just I'm sure she would have probably maybe been more relaxed if she was. I think her husband died actually. Yeah, just. She probably way overjudges herself, and that's probably part of her drug problem. Something just went right in my throat because I was moving shit around, like pollen or whatnot. Yeah. Just the whole thing of the camping. I don't know. Was I given a totally false impression? I know because, yeah, like her daughter had been there before, right? Would her and Michael go, that's because you didn't see like the whole setup or whatever, but maybe. But it just seemed like the camping just, oh yeah, she is just boop, 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 boop. You're like, oh my God. I'm like more of like a bumbly type of person. Yeah, I'm not. I was like, whoa, this is a lot of like a work. She would just pack it all up and take it to a storage unit because she was going somewhere for the night and then bring it all back again. Like, whoa. He didn't seem like he was doing anything, but maybe I remember it wrong. Like she pack it all up. I don't. He didn't even push the cart, did he? Well, that's not how you get him to get married and move away, for sure. That's what I would. Yeah, you just go. He's not gonna. That's when Brian and I spent that night in Plymouth. I didn't even get a chance to have any conversation with Brian. Right? You just go. It was just like anything else. The entire 6 weeks, there was always other people around. His entire lifestyle causes everything to be upheaval like that. It's probably a personality type. These people with the drugs and the crack cocaine. Yeah, it's got to be not just the drugs doing that. But anyways, I didn't even have to. I didn't even get to have a conversation. Like that was definitely not going to be a supportive person for me to be with. Right? You just go. I can't even have like. I can't even tell you anything about my life. Like when I come back here, like from a day, do you even ask me how my night was? Nope. It's just right into Brian world. Yeah, just I walk out there and it's just right into Brian world and whatever Brian is doing and yeah, just never. It's like an immaturity in a person who's not interested in you. I don't think people have to be taught how to behave. It's just when dude is not interested in you, that's how he is. So, anyways, chicks probably too, but not everybody. Some people kind of are just like hang out, but 6 weeks into a relationship, when you know sort of like a little bit about a person's life, I would think you would ask, yeah, like, how's everything going where you live in, stuff like that. Um, when you realize I can't even have you on the front porch, like, you would think that might be part of a conversation. No, everything is about Brian. So, anyways, um, what was I saying about the moving stuff around? I know I was talking about camping, moving stuff around, and differences in people, right? Just, I think I'm much more bumbly. Like, that would seem too much for me, I think, in terms of like packing everything up for one night and then bringing it back. But I don't know. It's not that I found it weird. I'm just now thinking about it myself if that's something I would do. I know you're just an entire campsite, I guess. You get used to it. It was kind of like when I was sleeping on the ground and you don't have a choice. But I thought I was saying something else and then I started comparing it to that Brian dude. Oh, that's right about the Plymouth. Just Cindy running all over the place. She's like constantly under stress. Constantly. That is, yeah, I mean, I actually turned into that person that I think that when I was younger, I wanted to be, where I'm just a chill person, believe it or not. And you just, when you watch other people running around like that, you notice it, I guess. And you just like, I remember saying to her, weren't you here with a whole bunch of people? Why on earth would they leave you to pack up this entire house like this? This is, this isn't right. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I guess she wants to be doing it. Just, yeah, I mean, my kids were so young when this happened, and I was like, obviously, I did everything. I don't even believe in chores and stuff, but you go, aren't you? If I'm 52, aren't you like 60? Okay, you were here with your sons and their friends, and you're the only person here that you have to pack all this up, take the bedding off. Why? That's insane. Don't rent a house again next year if that's how they're going to be. That's crazy. So and so had to work. Don't you? Don't you have like two adult sons now living with you, and one of them had a girlfriend, and then his friends were here? Okay, so one of them had to work. Where's the other one? This is, and she had Tommy and Barbara there too. You go, this is too much. I would be, yeah, I'd be like, the hell? I wouldn't do that shit. I don't know. I say that now. I have no idea. I would have no idea of knowing. Since my oldest child was 17, I have no idea if I would be doing that. Just, yeah, like I had minors, and I'm thinking in my mind, how old is your son? In his 20s? Yeah, that's probably the sign of a single mother. That's what I would say. That's the sign of a single mother. Um, I don't agree with everything that Alfred was doing, but when you're married, the father tells these children to do things. That's part of what the fathers do, right? It maybe, yeah, especially when the mother is, yeah, I think they feel obligated to be doing it. Like they start ordering the children around. I don't know if you'd be married, right? And yeah, like they would go, maybe you should help your mother. Like they don't have to be mean about it like he was, but they go, maybe you should help your mother pack up a little bit. Yeah, it's probably because that's just definitely no. She's always been a single mother the whole entire time, and it shows. It's actually I think way worse than Karen, but yeah, it definitely shows because you just go, maybe you can tell from the children, maybe. Yeah, but like the women themselves, are they all like that? It must be more and more difficult to have a, that's when I in 2009 I decided I was just going to concentrate on focusing on raising my children. I wasn't going to try to date anymore because I realized I just wanted a divorce. Yeah, and I don't believe in mixed families, and I don't believe in like having a step parent for my children. I don't believe in a second daddy and stuff, and I was not going to move a person into my home with my children. So I just went, I'm just going to focus on the children, and then when they're all 18, if I feel like I want to have a boyfriend, then I'll do it then. That's why the whole thing is kind of a tragedy because Alfred only wanted another wife. He didn't want to have custody of the children. It's like a big, huge atrocity that should have never happened. So, anyways, it was one of the whacked out things when someone came in this thing, and I realize now it's dementia. Someone came into the thing and said something about they were pretending to be Veronica and that they're proving they're Veronica by saying I had my three dogs. I'm Zigzag and Bugsy because I've said it online a million times. These things know everything about me. It's sickening. And I left them in 2010 ish, which isn't even true. That's how a person was going to try to prove to be my daughter when I never talk about my children, right? Like they had a better chance pretending to be Jen Vickery than any of the children. That's how much I've discussed about my personal life online. Right? It's just probably God, and it probably has something to do with my personality, where I decided I wasn't going to talk about my children. I wasn't going to talk about my life before this, or like in terms of that, or my children. That is not something that criminals who are clearly deranged and trying to get an elation off of destroying me are getting from me. Right? I just would never discuss that. Anything on the internet. I've told people at the shelter when they ask me stuff that I don't talk about that. I don't talk about my children in here. I don't talk about my personal life in this place. I've said that several times in there. Yeah, like that's one of the things about that Brian dude. You go, I get it about shower curtain, but I don't even think he meant that. Like he doesn't want to hear about Al or whatever. You're comparing my children that might have been murdered to a fucking your ex took your shower curtain. Okay, right? Like, he is just not a nice person. But that was the conversation that Joey was sitting next to me at. I don't know how much of that he heard. Right? You just go, "What am I doing?" Like this. That's got to be God having me do something. Because you're like, "What am I doing right here?" This person is abusive to me. He's not even nice. So, anyways, if you were going to marry a person, I would think you'd eventually have to have a conversation about the fact of losing all of your children. Yeah, like, not you just would blank it out to everybody on planet fucking Earth. But, anyways, that's a person that he can't have a relationship with anybody and definitely not me. So, um, I would assume that the father still continues to do that when you stay married. And even when you're divorced, if you were divorced, that's still the children's father. You're just not in a relationship with them anymore. So I think some of the business that happens with the single mothers, which is not the same thing as Karen, because I'm pretty sure her husband died. So it's not like he was there. Uh, I guess I'll say Candy and Cindy. Those are like people I know that are single mothers. These dudes have nothing to do with these children. It's weird. So yeah, I think that makes women a certain way too, and it's got to be very difficult to date. Um, well, I would say this: if they were ever trying to date and they wouldn't stop like having the person like having the children mixed in with that, that's part of the problem. Well, it's too late now, but I mean, had the advice been asked at the time, I would have said you need to just go on dates, like go out to dinner. Like the dude isn't homeless, right? So if you're gonna have a rendezvous, you need to get a babysitter and spend your night at his house and never have this person around your children, right? Just especially after spending time with her, you go, this is definitely part of the problem. Because socially, she probably isn't even like that when she's just social with the guy that she's trying to go out with. It's probably always a problem because of the children. It probably makes her wicked bossy like that and she's stressed out. Yeah, sometimes it's tough if you kind of are trying to have like a family. Yeah, that could be difficult. You have to build a relationship with a man before he's like gonna be in a family like that and parent your children. I would think most men would be a little bit weird if they just all of a sudden wanted to be like involved in some woman's children's lives. Yeah, and then I, I would say that's most likely going to fail. Anybody that's trying to do that. But anyways, Alfred did it too, you know. And from what I can tell, like their whole relationship is like whacked out, but it's not my business. I was happy he had a girlfriend because I thought he'd finally divorce me. I didn't think it would turn into this. I didn't realize that he was going out with someone that's psychotic. Yeah, so it happens. So I wouldn't want to be with a dude that was like that. That's just me. I don't want to be with the dude who wants anything to do with children, basically. But I've gone over that a million times. Just that had I ever decided to do that, it would be like a Tupperware party, but it would, like he'd have to agree to see me maybe 2 days a week. When you have minors, yeah, he'd have to agree to see me like 2 days a week, and then that would cover Alfred having visits. Yeah, and he would have his own place, so it works out. But I just decided I just didn't want to do it until the children were 18. So, and then of course all this happens. It is what it is. I did that thing where I overthought dementia and I overanalyzed dementia when the person did that. When I think it's just basic dementia, like weird anything that's like insulting and hurtful and stuff, like a Linda Blair, probably. I think it's mostly like that now. Once it like realized I wasn't going to converse with it, it became more abusive. It might have been at the forgive me phase because yeah, she became wicked abusive during that time. So, um, at first I was like overanalyzing it, like the person was trying to justify what happened. And it's like, it's been 13 years. I mean, like, yeah, like proving, searching for anything that seems like it's a way to abuse me. It's like bizarro. Anything, searching for anything. Like, that's something that would make me mad. And then I don't know if that's a conversation. You'd be surprised. Some people, because I know that from observing them, some people that really is their entire relationship is arguments and fights. So that people totally don't know how to have regular conversations. I'm sure it's wicked upsetting for people like that once they don't have anybody in the family anymore, right? I'm sure it's wicked upsetting for people like that where they're like it seems like all of a sudden no one cares about them because it's like it's way too argumentative, right? It's just there's no point of it. Yeah, there's no point of it. I don't recall when Candy and I used to take cruises, we didn't interact like that. That's why I did it in the first place, or I wouldn't have talked to her. Right? That's why other people, it's like no conversations to just very bare minimum.
Where are you going? I'm sitting here. Where are you going?
There's probably a bunch of her stuff in the down the basement. I knew I should have done the laundry today, but I'll do it tomorrow. I yeah, because that's true. If I'm doing jog walks, it works out anyways. I won't be able to hear anything, but I noticed a huge difference when the furnace isn't running and I'm not running the washer or the dryer. I can actually hear it because the volume's not that good. But once the furnace kicks on, the washer's running, the dryer's running, it's like maybe the radio, we'll see. And then eventually I'm going to have to break down and buy headphones. I have very, very little money that I had taken out of that account before they started stealing it. I think that's the first time I've spent money, and apparently I had bought that hair color some time ago. But the today when I bought mouthwash, face lotion, and a hair color, and that's the first time I've spent money in quite a long time. It was the first time I had an income, so the first thing I did, I bought a couple of things of clothes, not a lot. Yeah, just the second that I was actually spending that money on myself, they shut it off. First, I was buying stuff for that Brian guy. That Paul guy was taking my money. I gave a little bit of money to Jeremy. Um, and then the second I started spending money on myself, they shut it off. I bought two pairs of boots. I bought like three thermal shirts, the pajamas for the pajama party, and the dress for the symphony. That was it, right? The shoes and the tights. And then I bought a couple of those weekend passes to go to like Salem, and I didn't spend any money in Salem. I just took the train up there, went to Concord, went to Walden Spawn. Everything involved going somewhere and walking around. Went to the tree lighting, except for the symphony. That was clearly expensive. It was $75, but it was worth every fucking penny.
That was like a lifelong dream of mine. I'm gonna start crying even talking about it again. That was like a lifelong dream of mine. I got to do one fucking lifelong dream, and then they shut my money off, and just money flowing out to everybody, trillions upon trillions, and they just will not fucking stop it. So it's just whatever that is. To me, it's a complete madness. So I think that they prefer not to have to even discuss it or answer what that is because it's so monstrously insane. So, whoever's doing it, I know, they've got to be some extremely unhappy people. I don't know. Maybe there was some kind of expectations when they started just printing money like that, and it's gotten way out of control in terms of um, there couldn't possibly be anything that they're trying to get me to do. So, yeah, because I don't think it's different people printing the money that always printed the money. Okay, so if you had someone that, like I said, went completely insane, and I don't even believe that those people indicate anything like, is she supposed to agree to marry you in the afterlife or something? Like, what exactly are you doing? I don't believe they'll ever answer you. Okay. It seems a madness to me that they can't even comprehend themselves. Remember when they shut the Snap card off that day and I couldn't get the dried figs? Um, I don't know what anybody thought was going to happen that day. So people that, yeah, like, I mean, people with that much power and stuff, they've clearly gone completely insane. So, and it's like in a very negative manner towards me. So I just wait for God to kill them or for me to sicken and pass on to the next thing. Obviously, I've mentioned it several times because there's nothing else I can do. There isn't anything possibly I can do but just wait for them to die. So, well, we would hope to God when I go on to the next thing that uh, it's going to be quite a while till I care about any of that. Most people are breastfeeding for a year, and somebody else is responsible for that. Somebody else has to worry about diapers and all of that. But don't you wonder how a human being could be born here as long as they're doing this to me? I know maybe they're trying to prevent the human race, like that thing at the shelter said. And you don't have any children, like they think that they're killing the human race and that they're going to have a planet full of monkeys. It's possible some of them have gotten to that point of brain death. Right, because the perceptions could actually be that because they become so ill with. If you stop people from seeing me, I won't make reality. I think it's gotten that sick that it thinks I'm typing reality because the brain is ill and it thinks I'm typing reality. It can't understand a prophet. And then at times when no one could see me, it kept shutting off stuff because it still thought people could see me because it still won't comprehend a prophet. Right? It's a prophet from God. And for obvious reasons, the things that this thing has been doing to me and saying to me, how could I possibly be getting that information from God? Yeah, there's something in the wiring there that it just can never get it. There's always some sort of other thing that's going on. It's almost like a person who can't understand another language and can't comprehend math Like they can't do, they can't multiply and divide fractions or something. They just can't get it into their head about a profit. Anything they don't experience. But anyways, I don't want to keep talking about it's, right? I was talking about myself, just my given right. Then eventually I'll look at the fake news for today and see if anybody's had a change of heart about what they're actually supposed to be talking about. We can have elections. We can do that. Okay. I'm not sure that that means monopolize Massachusetts newsprint media, which I don't even know what's on the television. But clearly, they were told to do elections. Remember that when I said nothing but elections like 2 years ago, and they wouldn't do it. But anyway, everyone likes your elections. Okay. I think we all get it about Trump. But ever since you did this business with Ron DeSantis, I personally don't have a lot of interest in it. I watched your debates when you had Ron DeSantis and this Haley person, and I go, oh, okay, see how that's going to work as my couple? And then all of a sudden, Ron DeSantis isn't running for president, so I've had enough of it. Like it reached obvious critical mass when you started opposing everything I was saying when you were supposed to be agreeing with me. Okay? Like you completely forgot everything that was going on and went full Antichrist. You before were doing everything I was saying. You were supporting it because it was a group effort for everything that was going on here in a transition plan. That was why you had Trump Pence in the first place. Okay? So then it started becoming opposing everything that I'm doing. Trump, Haley, Haley, Trump. I mean, okay, whatever. I always have a concern that these people that you're picking will die before the term is over. If you think that he's going to live another 4 years and he can keep talking at a microphone, most people find him entertaining. I mean, clearly Ron DeSantis is much younger, unless you're saying he received a terminal diagnosis or something. I don't know. Just all of a sudden, that dude can't run for president. Just everything is in opposition now, and it's sometimes I think it's better to ignore you, because how is that benefiting anybody? How is that helping anyone? How is it entertaining for anyone? How is it helping keep anybody calm? I'm not going to spend another whatever amount of time arguing back and forth with you. Completely spent out. Like, you clearly got some sort of false perceptions of reality when Almighty God was allowing you to do that to me briefly, like I explained. All bad things come to an end. Once it was without a doubt that thermonuclear weapons were being used, all of that ended. Sometimes I get irritated because I try not to think about anything that's going to like happen tomorrow. And the fact that you are clearly just dead set not going to give me an income. You're not going to give me housing. You're not going to turn that fucking SNAP food card back on. And you're going to keep doing this. Okay? You're like dead set in some sort of insane dominance. So all I can do is wait for you to die. And then when I take a bunch of days off, sometimes I get more and more sort of like wigged out. And then as soon as I start doing my routine again, I'm fine. Okay? I'm not Aaron Carter, told you that. You're not going to disrupt my routine for like a week at a time. I'm not going to silent scream into a thing. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not battling you for your presidency or whatever it is you're doing here. I am a hostage and you are a criminal. That too, just a reminder, that was an event, as you call it, that God said to remind you, okay, that you cannot enter into eternal life or you cannot enter into life. Okay? You do not follow the commandments and you did not give to the poor. I am the poor. You refuse to give me a means to live. You shut off 401 a month and then stole in 3 increments the remaining money. Not the skimmers at a grocery store. Okay, skimmers at a grocery store didn't shut the thing off and mail a letter saying we shut it off, but then don't mail a renewal for a SNAP food card for me to just mail back to you. Skimmers at a grocery store don't do that. Okay? You're not indicating to me to make food free. There's no skimmers at a grocery store. You're criminals. Skimmers at a grocery store didn't deny Social Security. And again, not mail a thing here saying that I was denied Social Security. Skimmers at a grocery store didn't input me into CHAMP and then mail an insane letter to me at a shelter about I didn't get back to you about a Section 8. You never offered me a Section 8. Back and forth, houses, we didn't know where you were. That's fine. You cannot enter into eternal life. You cannot enter into life. That's not even money out of your own pocket. That is you stop playing fucking games and approve a Section 8 and walk over to a library and put it in my fucking hand. Okay? Not housing as an entity. And I'm talking about housing. Some person put me in CHAMP and some person mailed that letter to a fucking shelter. When I never contacted you, I never told you I was at a shelter. I never contacted Quincy Housing. That's what I was telling you. You never offered me a Section 8. You're lying. Right? Just it's not laughable. It's sad and fucking disgusting and insane. I spent, after being forced to the literal fucking ground from a house in Dedham, I spent from August of 2021 till March of 2022 in Quincy. Okay? You never offered me a Section 8. From March of 2012 to August of 2021, I was at the same house in Dedham, Massachusetts, that you mailed letters to this woman asking her for money donations. Not you didn't know where I was. Just so that you know that God knows you know, and that you are mentally ill and you make up things that only make sense to you in your world system and as psychopaths. It makes sense to you. That has nothing to do with eternity. Like, life existed on planet Earth before you ever had a printer. Life existed on planet Earth before you ever had HUD housing, a DTA office, public housing, degrees in sociology. Okay? You're not a permanent fixture here. You're not the first group of primates to build a little kingdom, okay? Because the Holy Bible has the word kingdom in it, like phylum, taxonomy. You're not the first mentally retarded primates to make a little kingdom for yourselves and think that you control destiny with it. You're not the first mentally retarded primates to become violent and aggressive and insane and use every tactic, every lie, every sneaky trick. It's sad and fucking pathetic for you. I become angered that I even have to be subject to certain levels of life here. Okay? You're not my guys. You're not my friends. That's why they jog walk like that. Ever in a day, I'm even enjoying you? No, I clearly don't. People jumping in front of me. Hey, how you doing? I'm not really here to talk. Okay? My guys are never going to get that reaction from me. Maybe in another form of life, it'll be the same relationship. But right now, I want nothing of you. Maybe you might be people sleeping in a tent. I wouldn't tell the town to get rid of you. I'm really not wicked in that way. But yeah, just there are people at that food pantry that I do say hello to because it's the same people every week. Right. But just anyways, I thought of that. Like cut to that guy lives in a tent over there. I wouldn't say he shouldn't be living over there. No, but it's just I'm not angry at guys. Get it? I'm not angry at my geese. Hopefully that makes sense. It's amazing to me that a bird would actually even be like that and not just hate my guts like a car. That's a gift of God right there. That is a gift of God. I don't really feel like that about people, especially the other species. I'm going to be honest. I had 6 children that you people took from me, and then you keep trying to jump in my face. It's just a losing cause. You could be the greatest person on earth, and you just go, what did you do with the 6 people I birthed? And you seem not to be able to understand how insane that is. You should, I'm sure the children and I, given who they were, would have been way more responsive to talking to people, figuring out if people have a previous, even the group of anons that we seem to somewhat interact with each other online, you people attacked. You attacked all of us. You wouldn't even let me interact with the Aaron Carter people. And then you're shoving your face at me? How you ever would believe that that would work, whatever your background is in life, it's amazing. It is absolutely amazing that that's how you went through your entire life and you didn't realize that that was insane until me. I would say it if I didn't know that you were like top people in the military. You have to be. But if you had been like people from public housing or something, Morehouse College, and you took over the machinery, and you actually thought that that's how people were going to have to pay attention to you by taking my children from me and holding me hostage and then trying to shove your face at me, and then it becomes nothing but perversion. I don't believe anybody was doing that. I don't believe anybody was getting attention from people doing that. No, I don't believe anybody on the planet was getting attention from people doing that. That seems a gross distortion of your viewpoint of what even politicians and stuff were doing. As annoying as some of those people might be in life, that's clearly not what they were doing. Right? I mean, they even if you threw someone in a prison cell, you can't literally force a person to talk to you and pay attention to you. Like Charles Manson would just go blah, 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 because people tried to do that crap to him. Just, okay, so this is what you want to talk about? La, 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 la. That's why the guy was doing it. Not he's insane. He like Ron Defoe Jr. He what else are you gonna do in prison? Right. And whether or not that was his choice to be given interviews like that, he seemed like he liked to tell stories. Some people in prison are probably like that. And other people just want to be left alone. And if you won't leave them alone, they probably all pretend that they're completely batshit insane because you won't leave them alone. You have to be the most like boring person, just it doesn't mean you're going to let them out of prison. It doesn't mean you're going to stop being a hostage, but you're not agreeing to a conversation. But I'm sure crap like that goes on in prison too, where it's just here comes the person because they probably use prisoners for these people that are in school and stuff. Here comes the person. I remember it at Bournemouth Hospital, like the med students and the psych students and stuff. Here comes the person that's going to learn something from you, and you don't have a choice. You have to talk to these people. But I mean, what are they going to do if you just go blah, 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 blah? I could see prisoners becoming wicked, purposely perverted, so they'll stop sending clergy members to talk to them. I could see that. Yeah, like eventually they just become like a prisoner that no one has any interest talking to, and that's what they want. Like they finally want to just be left alone. I don't know if it got to that point with Charles Manson where people stopped wanting to interview him because they were making money off of it, that they're getting readings from it. I kind of doubt he had a choice in the matter. But it's possible he wanted to do it, but you can tell from many of the interviews he doesn't want to be doing it. It's kind of like when they said they were going to interview John Wayne Gacy, and it sounds like they agree to a certain interview, and then all of a sudden when the person gets there, they go, it's going to be this. That's definitely what they did to John Wayne Gacy. He's probably just like, oh my God, it's going to be this. I'm on trial again. Didn't I already do an entire trial? Right. Like, that's all you all want to do. You all want to pretend you're a prosecuting attorney. Okay. Is this another victim's impact statement? Because I thought you actually wanted to ask me questions about myself and not just repeating over and over and over again about, don't you feel bad about what you did? I think he told you, I'm not saying he didn't do anything, but I think he told you about 50 times that he doesn't believe he did anything. I'm pretty sure the interviews I saw that he was saying like, that's all he ever kept saying is that he didn't do anything. I mean, what was it, 2017? That's 40 something years. I was born in 1971. I think it was right when the trial, wasn't it May of 1971 or something like that? Was it 1970? It was like sometime 1970, 1971 is when the dude was sent to prison. I'll have every single female now wants to go out with Charles Manson. They're gonna find Charles Manson. Where's Charles Manson? He already married someone before he died. I don't know what she's doing. She'd probably go, hello, I already married him. He's already taken for the afterlife. It's probably exactly what she'd say. She'd go, I know all about wasn't it did I think that was one of the people that was murdered? I remember that, but then I'm watching it again now going, who was it that I said, wasn't it her? Like her age, she could have been one of the victims. Yeah, whatever I said back then is probably most likely true, but I don't remember now. But I remember it was something about if it was possibly one of the people that was killed. I don't know. To me, it's just funny. I'm sorry. Like, if she just started watching Mad Child's Meat, they don't really have that many when he was younger. Yeah, how come we don't have any interviews when he shaved his head like that and had the beard? I don't know if it's just the one photograph, but he definitely looked hot then. Right, you just go, I don't know how many hours of videos she watched, and then she's like, I gotta meet him. I'm brand new. There's no, yes, he seems way more adult. Even the video, remember when he said, I'm an adult, man? I mean, a lot of the times he's being sort of like grandiose and stuff too, but he seems like a way nicer person than Brian Buchanan. Like, I think Brian Buchanan was trying to pretend he was Charles Manson, and you go, I really don't think Charles Manson would talk to me like that. Nah, I don't think Charles Manson seems like he plays games like that. Just all of those interviews, whatever you have to say about him, he doesn't even like stimulants, Brian Buchanan and crew. He doesn't even like that stimulant crap. I can't see him pulling on women's heartstrings like that. He would probably just be like, he would have no use for me whatsoever, or he'd still be with me. He would have married me and everything like a lady. He would have treated me just like a lady. I can't see Brian Buchanan. Can't see him being anything like him. I'm brand new. Brian Buchanan never did anything funny like that. No. I know. And then he wants me to get up and dance at this concert. And you're like, I'm not getting up and dancing in front of these people right now. No. And like if you were doing a dance like that, maybe, yeah. We probably would have all done it. In their world, that's all life is. They all think that everybody takes turns being everybody. I want nothing to do with that, but I'm just explaining to you how they actually think. Once they're out of the system and stuff, they literally believe that. I can't be part of that. I would go mad. It's so fucking frightening and terrible and gross to me because their brains are dying. And maybe some of them are happier because God's making it like that as they transition, but I got nothing to do with that. But I know what they're doing. It's just I got nothing to do with that. Yeah, I don't do that. I'm an individual person. I don't do other people and they don't do me. But worst Charles Manson ever. I mean, I know you just go, I think Charles Manson would we would all do that Charles Manson dance. We would all be brand new at that concert that night. He would have got us to do it. And he had way better clothes with the shirts and stuff. Yeah. That thing when he put his leg up, and I'm like, wait a minute, what is this? Now I forget the dude's name. Columbo? Is it Columbo? Peter Falk. Remember that? I'm pretty sure that's what he was doing. He was probably watching all kinds of Columbo in the prison. Oh yeah, you know who probably would have wanted to meet him is Edward Norton. I am sure because he'd be like, "Oh my god, man, I am like," with the head shave and the beard. He'd be someone who's like, I'm doing Charles Manson. I am brand new. But he would go like with stuff, right? Edward Norton. Remember from Fight Club? He totally would. If he was trying to, he can't help himself. He would just do something that's okay, we get it, but now you Edward Norton. I don't remember Charles Manson having sticks at all. I am brand new. Or you do the fingers like this. You wouldn't do. He would. Edward Edward Norton wouldn't do drumsticks. He'd just go, "I am brand new." Yes, he would. Wasn't he doing weird stuff like that in Fight Club? In between when he was Brad Pitt. That's what I'm saying. They're all like that. Just that film itself is primates. It's scary. Because I know you just go, whoa. And then there'll be the next person and the next person. That's all they're doing is absorbing other people into themselves. And you just go, whoa. No, I don't think everybody does that. And I don't want nothing to do with that stimulant stuff. That's why I quote people. That's why I go, remember when Charles Manson was going, I don't want none of that stimulant stuff. And I don't just start saying it like it's me. What they were saying about that Janis Joplin, it totally is exactly what they think. That is, they told you just go, how is a brain actually thinking that? How do they don't. They have no monogamy. No, they don't have. That's what I'm saying. It's like weirder than a primate group because I don't think primate groups do that. Yeah, it's weirder than a primate group, but that would be why they wouldn't believe in monogamy because how can you cheat when you're all of the same spirit? Okay, if we're all of the same spirit, why do you have to keep putting your dick in everybody? That doesn't make any sense, but you people make it make sense. Facing your mental illness is difficult, I'm sure. It's like I said, you already had a dude trying to actually. He would Jim Morrison was well on his way, man. He was gonna have a hold of every single person on Earth's essence. I am all set with that as a reality. No, thank you. All right, what time is it now? 9:18. Well, I brought bananas up, but I'm probably just gonna go to sleep without fruit tonight, and then tomorrow will seem less stressful, I'm sure, because all I have to do is jog walks and a walk. I had to do today was worse because I went 4 days, so it was starting to get to me mentally. And then just this stuff that I have to eventually block out because there's never going to be an answer to anything because the people doing it are so profoundly insane. It's just like an odd social distancing. Um, and I don't know if they developed an insanity where if you just keep talking about it, eventually you won't care anymore. I'm just waiting for you to die. Right? I'm literally waiting for you to die. It is nothing. It's nothing like that. Every day, your brain matter will make up an excuse for why you're keeping me a hostage because you're mentally insane. So every single day, your brain matter will make up something, and it might change, even in a day, the reason you're doing it. I know that from talking to you over the summer. That the reasons why you're doing it have changed even in a year's time. So I already explained it. You clearly were trying to have a personal relationship with me that's never going to happen, and you won't stop it. So I'm literally waiting for you to die. Right. Something reached epic, like profound criminal insanity in 2020 because of everything that was going on the planet that was crazy. It made you believe you could do this, and you've been stuck in it ever since. It's been 4 years. And every day you make up a different thing that you're doing.
Make sure your clothes on.